Hello everybody, happy hump day. Hi B, welcome in. Look, you came in early for once. I just started the stream, see? Hey, since you're here, could you do me a favor? When the next song starts, can you tell me if it's too loud?
Shout out to Kaiju8B. Go follow their awesome channel.
I want it to be audible, but not louder than me. Yes.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. Alright.
Okay, that sounds too loud to me. How about now? Like, I want it to be audible. I want people to hear that there is background music, but I don't want to have to compete with it. Should I lower it a bit? It's okay, Coco. A little lower. Okay. Yeah, I figured. It's weird. It's a little uneven. Like some pieces are louder than others. Like case in point, doesn't this one sound so much quieter? And I didn't change the volume at all. Alright, well, I'll leave it at that. And I guess I'll make it louder or lower as needed when the next one comes in. Okay. So. This is still too loud, what it is now? Because I haven't touched it. I think I'm up to chapter 15. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's the volume it's on. There's no way for me to numerically guess because it's on YouTube, and it's like, if I had to put a number on it, I would say right now it's 25%. But depending on what comes on, it fluctuates, and then it gets like. Fluctuates. All right. So I'm resuming You by Caroline Kepnes, whose last name I can never seem to pronounce correctly, and I apologize for that. I bet. Thank you. I appreciate you assisting me and mitigating the background music. We are resuming the audiobook, live audiobook reading for You by Caroline Kepnes. This is the first in a quadrilogy. There is a Netflix adaptation of it, which most people have probably seen, but you know what? The books are very different from the show. Not in a bad way, but if you ever watched the show but haven't read the books, you will see what I mean, or hear, rather. If you want to catch up before listening to this, the VODs for part 1 and 2 are up on Twitch and on YouTube, so you're more than welcome to listen to those whenever you like. And yeah, here we go. So Joe and Beck are hanging out. Benji is in a cage under the bookstore. And Beck doesn't yet know how creepy Joe is, but we sure do. He just helped her buy a new bed at IKEA, and I think now he's gonna help her assemble it. I'm not sure, because I don't know how different the book is from the movie. So here we go. Chapter 15. And like I said earlier, I'm basically gonna keep reading until I lose my voice. Well, do you know why? Do you know what's causing the pain? Like, how did you acquire said pain? Well, you're not sure. Oh, you burned it. Well, barring purchasing anything, because they do have antiseptic mouth rinses, which can help with that sort of thing. If you stay away from drinking or eating anything too hot or too cold. If you have anything around the house like baking soda or just salt water, you could make a little salt water rinse. It might burn a little bit at first, but it'll ultimately help it. Peppermint tea or clove oil are very helpful in that sort of thing. But again, this is stuff that's like, do you have it, you know? Baking soda rinse would also help. It would be better than a salt rinse. If you just get like a spoonful of baking soda, mix it in some tepid water, like not too warm, not too cold. Mix it really well and just gargle for a while, or just do that as needed. Take some Tylenol. Without buying anything, that would be the easiest way of a solution, yeah. Of course, I'm assuming you have Tylenol in the house. I always do, but not everybody does. Tylenol is just acetaminophen. Don't swallow the drink, by the way. The baking soda rinse, that's meant to gargle only. Rinse your mouth, spit it out. Do not swallow it. Same for the salt water. I mean, yeah, that too, of course. That's what I do when my tooth is acting up. I just only chew with the other side of my mouth. But I do also do the other stuff I say. Like, I'll either use an antiseptic rinse, I'll take some Tylenol, rinse it with baking soda. That stuff helps. And thank you again to our sponsor, Factor 75. They're delicious and nutritious. You get 50% off your first box, but you also get 20% off an entire month of orders. So basically, you get 50% off the first box, which is week 1. And then you get 20% off week 2, and 20% off week 3, and 20% off week 4. And that's pretty freaking awesome. Because right now, and this is fucked up, but right now, Factor 75 with my discount is cheaper than going to the grocery store. It literally is. And those of you that are not aware, they're a HelloFresh company, so Factor is basically literally HelloFresh without the cooking. They do the cooking for you. But it's always fresh, never frozen. And they don't do any of that crappy preservative stuff. It's literally like somebody made you a homemade meal and brought it to your door. If you have any dietary restrictions like keto, vegetarian, etc., gluten-free, they got you. So feel free to check them out. It'll be an ! Factor in chat. And we thank them again for being our sponsor. I feel you, B. Same. I got nothing. I have 3 cents, literally 3 cents to my name. That's it. I can't get anything. But, anywho. Okay. You by Caroline Kepnes, Book 1, Chapter 15. I cross 7th Avenue and smile at every single person who passes by. I am happy. Thank you for the lurk, Badger. I don't even think I'm walking right now. It's just a dream, and if I started to sing and dance, I wouldn't be surprised if all the strangers got in line and followed along. What a magical day with you. And now, to think of you in your place, showering and shaving those legs so they're nice and smooth for me, brushing the meatball gristle out of your fine little teeth. I can't wait to touch all of you, and I'm carefree as a guy in a beer commercial as I make my way down Bank Street. Hi, Haas, welcome in. Hi, Dave, welcome in. What you mean, finally? I gave you like 10 whole chapters a week ago. I'm glad you're here. It's actually possible that we can have sex tonight, and I really didn't think we would get there this fast. But Benji is still out cold, and I put a $20 salad and a bottle of home soda in the drawer for him, so he'll be fine for hours. I am free, and I'm literally walking up the stairs to your stoop and pressing the buzzer and waiting for you to come jogging to the door, which you do. Entrez-vous, you giggle, and I walk into your lobby, and it's happening. We're going to fuck. Your hair is damp and your pores are gone, and there's no bra under that tank top, and there are no panties under those low-slung threadbare sweatpants, and you're not wearing any socks. I'm kind of a slob, you say as you open the door, and I want to tell you that I know, but I don't. This isn't so bad, I say, and I'm not sure where to go. It's an awkward space with you in it, and it's so small that it really is meant for one. You stand in front of me with your hands on your hips, looking around at all the girl stuff strewn about. Magazines and matchbooks, empty vitamin water bottles, and coupons and receipts, brand new books, unread, mixed with beloved books, torn and frayed. It's a minefield of shit, and maybe that's why you're just staring at all of it. There's a galley kitchen ahead to the left, and there's a new toaster, and the box from the new toaster on the floor, and you really do like new things. The bathroom door is to the direct left, and the light is on, and the fan is blowing, and I reach in and turn off the switch. It was a strange thing to do, and I know it, and you are freaked out, but thank God you like me, so you make a joke of it and laugh. Well, yes, Joe, go ahead and make yourself at home, you say, and you make your way across the minefield, past the TV and into the bedroom. I take off my jacket and hang it on the standing coat rack. You turn around and scrunch your pretty little nose at me. Get in here, you say. Yes, miss, I say, and I step on a fucking hanger and it snaps, but I just keep going. Your room. There's a bottle of vodka on the floor and 2 brand new glasses, not IKEA, and a paper cup of ice that you pick up and show to me. Pretty ghetto, right? You laugh. Nah, ghetto would be if it was in a paper towel. Yeah, Dave, the VOD is automatically uploaded on YouTube and Twitch as soon as I finish the stream. You giggle and pour ice and vodka into both cups and sit down on the floor by the box of bed. There is music on, the Bowie from our date, and you pat the floor and I sit down across from you. Someday I'll be the kind of girl who always has mixers in the fridge, you say. Good to have goals. You smile at me and get on your knees and move closer to me, and I lean forward to meet you, and when I take my glass, I very deliberately feel your hand against mine. Thanks. No problem, you murmur, and somehow, like a ballerina, like a pretzel, your legs relax and spread, and you're sitting like a yogi with your bare feet pressed together. You sip your vodka and look up at the ceiling. I hate all those marks. No, Beck, this is an old building. Those marks are just history. When I was a kid, I wanted glass box walls. You know those frosted glass boxes, like from the 80s? You like new things, I say. You're quick to come back. You like old things, Joe. I like it here, I say, and I look around the room. It's smaller than I remember, or maybe it's just hot. I want you. You think your new bed's gonna fit in here? I had a queen before. You're wrong, because your old bed was a double and it barely fit, but I can't correct you. You lick your lips. So, can I be your assistant? No, I say, but you can be my apprentice. I always say the right thing to you, and it was like that, right off the bat. You like words, and I know words, and we toast for no reason and throw back our drinks, and I stand first. I offer a hand to help you up, and I'm holding one of your hands, and now both of your hands. This time, you're not letting go, and I'm getting hard, and you got me with my back against your window, and I can hear leaves rustle on trees. Cars whoosh up West 4th, right through my gut. My senses, Beck. You turn me on, literally, and the wind nips at my back through the screen on the window. You take my hands and you slide them onto your hips, guiding. You maneuver my fingers one by one beneath the elastic waist of your threadbare sweatpants, and anyone outside walking by could see us. And you bring my hands lower, and your butt is soft and yet hard and round, and I'm cupping your ass, and you let go of my hands and reach up and wrap them around my head, and it's on. You leap up and straddle me, and I could walk from here to China with you wrapped around me. And I walk across the tiny room, and I have you against the wall, and I'm kissing you and owning your ass. And I like your heels in my back and your bed in a box, and there's a horrible sound at the door, metal on metal, and a whistle, and your legs drop to the floor, and you straighten my hair, and there's someone at the door. Is your mom here? I say, and you lick your hand and tame my eyebrow. Nope. You say, it's Peach. So it's like that, and you slide away. This is all wrong. And this was our time. And you run to the door and let Peach inside, and I can't hear you, but I sure can hear her. What is with your hair? You say something. She balks. You're not fucking the assemblyman for Craigslist? You say something again. She groans. Beck, dessert is supposed to come after dinner. What are you thinking when he hasn't even built your bed? Now you are loud and clear. Joe! I come when I'm called and I nod hello to Peach and she fakes a smile. Hi, Joseph, she says. Sorry to crash your party, but our little friend here had originally hired someone to make her bed, and as her best friend, it was my duty to join just in case the worker was a lunatic. Well, surprise, I exclaim, and you laugh, but Peach doesn't, and man, that vodka was strong. She looks at you. Can I pee? Of course, you say. Are you having a flare? I am, she says. And she kicks off her sneakers and the smell of her self-indulgent, sweaty feet overwhelms the apartment. And now she pulls her hot pink fleece over her birdie little head and throws it on the floor, not on the coat rack. She looks at me. Joseph, she says, I know this is more than you want to know, but I have a rare condition with my bladder called interstitial cystitis, and when I have to pee, I have to pee. Be my guest, I say. And she stomps into the tiny bathroom when she doesn't turn on the light. She knows your place. She knows that if she turns on the light, the fan will come on and she won't be able to hear us. She doesn't trust me. But she probably doesn't trust anyone. I crack up a little, but you shh me and motion for me to follow you into the bedroom, and you're different now. I'm so sorry, Joseph. You slip. Joe. That's okay. Is she alright? Have you ever heard of IC? I what? Interstitial cystitis, you say, and you're all best friend business now, tying your hair back with an elastic band and opening a scissor and tearing into the box. I take the scissor and finish the job, and you pour more vodka for you, not me, and we're not having sex, and you're not my apprentice anymore. Instead, I'm hauling the bed frame and the bolts and the Allen wrench and all the little pieces out of the box, and you're leaning against the window and smoking a cigarette the way you do sometimes. You're telling me more than I ever wanted to know about interstitial cystitis, and this is not how this was supposed to go down. So it's awful for her, you say. She can't drink regular water, only Evian water. Almost all foods irritate her bladder, and it's impossible to predict when or what or why or how. She can't eat any fast food, and if she drinks alcohol, it has to be high pH, like Kettle One or Goose, and ideally pear, because pears are soothing to the bladder. Anyway, the poor girl suffers. People think she's being uppity, but if she eats cheap stuff, her bladder can literally, break. She was doing shots of Jaeger at her party, I say. Joe, don't be like that. Congrats on being first, Dave. Congrats on being the first person to notice that I put that in. I'm sorry. I'm just confused. It's a complicated disease, you say, and I apologize again, and you forgive me, and you come over and rub my head and kiss my head, but then you go back to the windowsill, and I didn't sign up to assemble this bed alone. I miss you. My hands were down your pants, and now you don't even look at me when you talk. Sometimes, if she takes the special pill and she pads her bladder with a lot of goat cheese or milk or pressed pear juice, she can eat other things like Jaeger or wheat. Sucks to be her, I say, and the instructions for the bed are in pictures. The only word in the whole 8-page brochure is IKEA. I'm not a visual learner, and your cigarette is making me sick. It really does, you say. And I love Lynn and Shayna, but they can be so rude with her. I mean, they always want to go to pizza or whiskey places, and they know Peach can't eat that stuff, but they still make these plans. It's not very nice. She can't eat anything at a pizza place, I say, and I never would have had that vodka if I knew I was going to be handling a wrench. I thought I'd put this bed together in the morning, after I woke up with you naked in my arms on the couch in your living room. Beck, Peach calls. and she's crying and it's bullshit and I'm sure of it, but you stub out your cigarette, you don't put it out completely, I have to finish the job, and you run away without so much as saying goodbye. The rich are difficult. You are drawn to their idiosyncrasies and their dramatics. I assemble your bed slowly and sing along quietly to your Bowie, and it takes a long time. A long, lonely time. And you're out there with her, and I can't hear the two of you talking, and I've never felt more alone in my life than I do when I tighten the last bolt on your bed. It is way too big for this room, and I was right. I take the mattress leaning against the wall and drop it onto the new bed frame instead of sliding it on. I want you to come out here and clap and admire my work, but instead you text me from the bathroom. Hi Ben, welcome in. It's just You by Caroline Kepnes. It's the book the Netflix show is based on. I'm continuing it. I have a few previous VODs up where I've been reading it, like a live audiobook. We're on chapter 15 now. I haven't heard of it until I saw the show on Netflix. But the book's very different from the show. I mean, I haven't read it yet, but we're experiencing it together. I am so sorry, Joe. Peach is super sick and I don't want to leave her alone. Is there any way you could do us a favor? What can I do but write back? Anything. That's good. I hope you have a safe trip. Now you call for me to come over. So I walk over to the bathroom door. I don't open it, and neither do you. I knock on the door. At your service, ladies. You open the door the tiniest bit and you smile. Would you mind running to the deli and getting a bottle of Evian and a pear and some more ice? Of course, I say. Should I grab your keys? You start to say yes, but she nudges you, I think, and you tell me to buzz when I get back. I don't kiss you goodbye. Happy early birthday in case I don't see you. It's clear to me as I walk past Graydon's Carter's house and breathe in the West Village air. Benji's got to go. Peach is your best friend, so you're allowed to be excessively tolerant of her bullshit. But you've got this thing in you, Beck. And it's not your fault, because everybody has something. Dennis Lehane would call it a misguided Ivy League omerta. And he would be right. You would always choose the Peaches and Benjis of the world over me, because you're loyal to the gentry. I pick up the smallest bottle of Evian and the worst pear in the bucket and a $2 bag of ice. And a pair of rubber gloves I'm gonna need. I haul my sweaty, sore ass back to your place and you don't buzz me in. You come to the door and take the plastic bag. She's really not up for company, you say. I get it, I say. You okay? Oh, I'm fine. And so is my bed. You smile and peck me on the lips and Peach is calling, so you run back to her as soon as I walk down to the shop. All the good of our day, all the boyfriend joy is obliterated by how much I hate this fucking city for being owned by people like Benji and Peach. It's not until I reach the shop that I realize I left the rubber gloves in the bag. If you ask, I'll tell you that I was going to clean your bathroom. You'll believe me. I know how to do stuff like that, I do. I go to my corner store that's not as nice as your corner store and pick up more rubber gloves and peanut oil. And then I hit up Dean and DeLuca for a soy latte. I get back to the shop and I pour a healthy tablespoon of peanut oil into the soy latte. Benji lies about everything. He's probably lying about his peanut allergy, but who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky. Chapter 16. Most people think that Stephen Crane wrote The Red Badge of Courage about war, but he didn't. He based his battle descriptions on his experiences on the football field in school. Crane was somewhat of a pussy in his youth, perpetually sick and not a jock. He'd never been to war. He'd only been sacked by the early American equivalent of Clay fucking Matthews. You should have seen Benji's face when I told him this, Beck. He knew the book inside out, but he knew nothing about Crane. Had no idea that Crane was full of self-loathing over the fact that veterans bought his bullshit. He pretty much spent the rest of his days killing himself slowly, enlisting in war after war and trying to make up for the fact that he'd been young, clever, and lucky. That's unreal, Benji marveled, shaking his head. What's unreal is that you loved the book so much but never learned about him. This much is true. Benji wasn't lying. He was allergic to peanuts. He died educated. He died with new confidence and new pride, and who says a life has to take 80 years to be lived? He learned, you know? How many people get to go out feeling like they're just hitting their stride? Most people die old, full of pain and regret, or young and full of drugs and self-indulgence, or sheer bad luck. But Benji had the ultimate privilege. He died with an opening heart, an improving mind. Benji wasn't any good at being Benji, Beck. You know that, above all people. Look at the way he treated you, and look at the way he treated his body. The trap I set for him was a relief from the trap he was born into. I created a world where he couldn't steal, where his counterfeit words didn't account. I took his drugs away. I look out over the water at IKEA on the horizon. It's the craziest thing, Beck. The storage locker Benji told me about, the one with the key card, it's right near IKEA. You gotta get a kick out of the little things, and I wonder what Paul Thomas Anderson would make of this coincidence. It's easier to make sense of things at sea, in a river that could kick your ass if it wanted to. You remember that we really are nothing compared to the elements, ashes to ashes, Beck, dust to dust. Benji's ashes are in an IKEA box, one left over from our trip. I tell a deckhand that there were parts missing, that the product looks nothing like the picture. In truth, this box contains Benji's ashes. And you wouldn't believe what I had to go through. A person doesn't just disintegrate to dust. 2 days ago, you started stressing about Halloween. You were going to be Princess Leia. You really are a flirt. And you were taking pictures of yourself and your friends and getting drunk a lot. You did not ask me to be Luke Skywalker. And going forward, we are going to have some fun fights about how to celebrate Halloween. And 2 days ago, I started stressing about what to do with Benji's body. I had to get Curtis to work crazy hours during Halloween, and I had to learn to cremate a corpse. Curtis was amenable. Potheads need to buy pot and respond well to overtime. And I figured out what to do with Benji thanks to the instructions on fiscally partial backyard cremation, readily available online. It wasn't something I could do in the city, so I took Mr. Mooney's car out by Jones Beach and found a good hiding spot. Cremation takes time. You have to keep that fire going for ages, and it's not a perfect job. Benji's ashes are definitely bony, so you wouldn't want to go pouring them into a colander. A proper cremation requires time and chemicals, but I think I did well given the circumstances. And I care enough to box him up and bring him home, and most people in my position would leave him out on the island. I crack a smile, because when you think about it, you're not really Princess Leia, her buns were much smaller, and I'm not really an Undertaker. There's a symmetry of some kind, and I like it. How much was it? Says the friendly deckhand. $80, if you can believe that. He shakes his head and hoists the box of Benji onto the hold. They rip people off, but the girls love it. That's how I got into this mess, I quip, and we laugh, and I tip him $10, and he's genuinely happy to get that kind of a tip, and you know nobody ever tips him. We're easing into the slip, and he's got a cigarette tucked behind his ear, and he's holding the line and gathering it, and preparing to toss it, and he tells me he'll help me lug the Benji box to IKEA, but I tell him I got it. Enjoy your smoke, guy, I say. You only go around once. Or back and forth 6 times a day, he laughs. The key card works. Benji was right. The storage locker is where he said it would be, and there was no trouble getting in because nobody wants to employ humans anymore. Back in the day, there would have been a security guard and a pit bull, and there would have been questions. Who are you? What's in the box? Who authorized your access to this locker? Where is your authorization? Can you get Mr. Crane on the phone? Can you get him to come down here? And my answers wouldn't have been good enough, and I wouldn't have known what to do with the box of Benji. But he was generous toward the end of this time on Earth. He knew I'd get in here no problem, and I think he wanted to rest here. I think he wanted to be reunited with the stolen Rolexes and suits and silver, the stuff he was trained to respect, and the stuff that he didn't have the balls to break away from. He was always going to be an unhappy materialist. I spared him years of pain. I pop open 2 bottles of home soda, one for me and one for Benji, and I set his bottle by the box. Tell you this, Beck, this shit tastes like heaven once in a while if you catch the right batch. I glove up and clean up and listen to the carbonation fade. I noticed a Mount Gay Rum Yowie sailing hat from 2006 with the name Spencer Hewitt stitched under the lid. Rich kids have their names stitched into their clothes because of rooming with klepto brats like Benji and nannies who need help remembering names. I try on the hat. It fits, and I decide to keep it. I need it, Beck. It's Nantucket red, faded to a dusty rose hue, sensitive to the elements, regal somehow, in spite of being damaged, just like you. Chapter 17. You don't know that you're in mourning. You don't know that Benji's dead. You couldn't know. But you're off, Beck. You spent the whole week loafing around having virtual movie screenings with Peach. You can't even leave the apartment to get coffee without debating the merits of Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, and the sweet workers at your deli. I've tried to get in with you, but right now you're all mixed up in Peach. You can't even keep your head straight about a fucking movie. When we went to the corner bistro, you told me you love Magnolia, and we went off on your love-hate relationship with Carolina and your dreams of California and your dreams of meeting Paul Thomas Anderson and telling him how fucking smart he is. And I agreed. But Peach tells you his movies are bloated and judgy, and you agree with her. And judgy isn't even a fucking word, and you're supposed to be a writer. I try. I ask you what you're up to, and you tell me you're watching Magnolia, and what do? You tell me that you think it's judgy. You don't think that. Peach thinks that. And I try to get together with you, but you tell me you're sick. You're not sick, Beck. You asked Peach to go shopping, to get lunch. She says no. She says she's sick, but I tracked her down. I have to know why she has this hold on you, so I've been watching her walk to her architecture firm and walk to lunch and kiss people hello and pick at Cobb salads all fucking week, Beck. She's not sick. I ask you to go out for a walk, for coffee, soup, for anything. It's always the same. I'm still sick. I sleep. 6 days since Benji's passing, and I still haven't seen you. I don't dream, at least not that I remember. The world is a better place when I wake up because at long last you got into a fight with Peach. She told you she thinks your shrink is no good, and you stood up for your shrink and for yourself. I'm proud of you. And the best part, now that you've got your head on straight again, you are the you I know and love. You wrote to me in the middle of the night. Okay, this is way too many words and it's way too late, but do you ever just feel like telling everyone in your life to fuck off? I don't want to be that girl bitching about her friends, but right now, may I just say, my friends are bitches. I try so hard to get them together, you see that. And they all bicker and make my life impossible, and Cheney won't go somewhere if Peach is going to be there. And Peach won't go somewhere if they have happy hour specials because she thinks drink specials bring in the riffraff. The point is, and now it's 5 a.m. and I haven't finished my piece and I have to be workshopped today and just plain, you know? And there's this Blythe girl, this monster. She hates me. And she's going to attack this cowboy story. And okay, I am so babbling. But basically, the sun is coming up and I'm thinking of you. See you soon, assuming you don't decide I'm a crazy person after reading this email. Night. And just like that, you've made my day. I wrote back to you short and sweet. Dear Beck, I'm buying you 6 drinks tonight. Joe. You loved it. And I got a smiley face and we have a date tonight. Yes! And I made all the right moves. Yes! And I put the typewriter I took to bed back in its place and my hair looks good today. Yes! And Curtis is working tonight so I don't even have to close up. Yes! And Peach is out of the picture. Yes! And I come so fucking hard for you, Beck. Who knows? Maybe tonight it happens. I go all the way to your neighborhood and buy 2 cupcakes from Magnolia Bakery. They smell fucking good, and I want them, but I'm a good boy, Beck. And I have ideas about what to do with all this icing. But then, we're supposed to meet at 9, and you call me at 9:04, and you are breathless on your way uptown. It's a long story, you say, but Peach is alone at home, and she thinks someone broke in because the furniture on the terrace has been moved around. You sound like her in this state of panic. Joe, listen to me, you persist. Whoever broke in shifted her chaise. I interrupt, but they didn't steal the chair. No, you say and you sigh. But someone broke in, Joe. She's scared. Of course, I say. And you go on, but it's not as dramatic as you're making it out to be. I didn't break in, and I didn't move her shades. I used a service key I found at the party. And I didn't steal anything. I'm more like Santa Claus because I brought an acrylic jacket from that billow. So the bitch should say thank you. Peach says sorry, you swear to me. She feels horrible, but she's just terrified of having a stalker again. I won't even dignify the word again, and I can only imagine the horror stories Peach has spun in years past. Don't worry about it, I say, and I sound like I mean it, and I tell you to be safe, and you like me. I forgive you. I do. You're a loyal friend, and Shays is not your word. It belongs to Peach. I eat both cupcakes, and the icing is stale, and it would taste so much better if I were licking it off your tits. You tweet a photo a little while later. There are mini cupcakes, much smaller than my big Magnolia cupcakes on those bright plates, and a giant bottle of bullshit candy cane vodka. You write, #GirlsNightIn. There's no way you could know about my cupcakes. But sometimes, I wonder. Chapter 18. You do make it up to me the next day, but it's not over 6 drinks and 2 cupcakes in a dark bar. Instead, we meet for lunch, and you tell me all about Peach's depression, her loneliness. We're in a sexless Sarah Beth's drinking water, also non-sexual, and sampling artisanal jams, supremely non-sexual, and all you want to talk about is Peach, fully asexual. You feel responsible for her because she doesn't have any family around, and we're only supposed to go to places like this after we have sex, and I can't figure the logic in any of it. She's perpetually an orphan, you tell me. But you don't have any family around either, Beck, I try. I know, you say, and you pick at a popover, but I left home. It's natural. Her family left her. It's sick. They literally all moved to San Francisco the second we graduated. I'm not surprised. And you move on to bitching about Blythe, and I listen and I nod, and I listen and I nod, and I eat the fucking popover, and you go in the bathroom and I email Peach. I just have to say, Joe is an insanely good listener. Don't lose faith in people. Peach writes back a lot, suspiciously fast. That's so sweet. Don't be hard on him, Beck. He sounds like he has potential. I was telling my yoga teacher about your Joseph, and she compared him to Good Will Hunting. Is he any good at math? Anyway, have fun at lunch. I hope you took him somewhere nice. You are a doll for checking in, and please rest assured my faith in humanity is completely restored. I love being single. We are too young to be tied down, for sure. Have fun with Joseph. I bet he's learning so much from you, and that's awesome. You come back to the table and ask me if I liked math when I was little. I tell you no, and when I ask you why, you are asking me about math. You shake it off and go back to bitching about Blythe. We get more coffee, and I'd like this all so much more if it was happening after we sealed the deal. I can't kiss you goodbye in the middle of the day, and what if this is your way of putting me in the friend zone? Is there a friend zone, or is it a myth? Reader's note, it's a fucking myth. Does the smart chick end up with Good Will Hunting? I can't remember. When we part ways outside of Sarah Beth's, we hug like cousins, and you're not as close to me as you were the night we almost built the bed together. This was fun, you say. What are you up to later? Girls' night. But you had cupcakes with the girls last night. You caught me and you're cute. Joe, have you been stalking my Twitter? A little, I say, and maybe I could kiss you. It's kind of cloudy, like fall in Hannah. Well, the thing is, last night was peach night, and tonight is Lynn and Chaina night. Maybe tomorrow night, I say, and begging you is the opposite of kissing you. I should have let it go. I really have to write tomorrow night, but we could get together earlier. Lunch? I agree to lunch, and you're gone. And it's a long walk to the shop, and I'd like to hate Tucker Max and Maxim Magazine and Tom Cruise's character in Magnolia, and think that women aren't as simple as they'd all have you believe. Reader's note. Tucker Max is hilarious. I actually read his book on stream before, and can continue to do so if anybody is up for some really vulgar humor. But right now, I almost have to steal a move from the Frank T.J. Mackey playbook Seduce and Destroy because I am screwing up. Not fucking you that night I built your bed, not at the very least trying to fuck you, was clearly a mistake. I am screwing this up, and it's the greatest mistake of my adult life. I didn't even kiss you after I listened to you overanalyze your life for 5 hours. I suck royally, and you might think I'm putting you in the friend zone. And it's the worst kind of domino effect because we do have lunch the next day at some new place you say is supposed to be as yummy as Sarah Beth's. Again, I don't kiss you afterward, and what do you want the day after that? You want brunch. What's the only thing more sexless than lunch? Brunch. A meal invented by rich white chicks to rationalize day drinking and binging on French toast. And you don't even drink when we get brunch, and pretty soon we're going to places where they don't even have waiters. You're into this fucking deli where you stand in line with 9-to-5ers who read Stephen King on their iPads while they wait for their turn to order the sexless green salads. Fucking beans and dressings and scallions and onions, red or white, grilled or raw. For fuck's sake, people, it's a salad. Stop overthinking it. You're not on the outs with Peach, but you're not under her spell the way you were, and I get it now, that you like her because she's obsessed with you. Lynn and Shayna love you, but they don't think your shit smells like roses. You like to be rocked and lullabied and sedated, and our conversations about your short stories and your classmates always end with me telling you how special you are, how talented, how jealous they all are, how clearly better than them you are, and you get taller as the clear disposable plastic salad bowl gets emptier. And I mean it when I say it, and you're lucky that what you want to hear is what I actually think. Beck, you're really talented. If you weren't, they'd all just shrug. Sometimes the best writers get hated before they get love. Look at Nabokov. I'm not competing with you, so I'm comfortable telling you I think you got it. And you do. When I lie on my couch listening to you go on about Blythe, I feel like I'm living inside of you, through you. I know what it's like to be you, and you're right. Blythe does hate you. But hate suits you, inspires you. You rage. She's a little bottle of anger and antidepressants who doesn't speak to her mother, her sister, her father, his wife, or her roommate, or her fucking cat, or any of the many guys she fucked last week. You break. You breathe. I mean, Blythe calls herself a performance artist. A prostitute is what we call that in the real world. She has a webcam service that she calls art. In other words, she's a hoe. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome, Beck. You go on. And she hates me from being from Nantucket and liking poetry. So fuck her then. I try to help you move on, but you don't know why she hates you, and it's all you want to talk about. Every fucking night. And it would be easier if these talks were happening on a park bench, or your stoop, or your sofa, or your bed that I assemble, but they're happening over the phone. And I can't smell you over the phone, and I feel like a 1-900-build-me-up hotline you call to feel good about yourself. You don't treat me like I'm your guy. You go to drinks with people from school and call me after the drinks, and you don't act like there's anything weird about the fact that you didn't invite me to go along. I'm your phone bitch, and I don't like it. You don't want to know about my day. You always ask me in the polite, obligatory way. So how was the shop? You know, shop's the shop. It was okay. Yeah? Yeah. And then I wait for you to want to know more about me and my day, but I always cave and say, so about you? How was school? But I can't do it anymore. It's time to save us, and it's my job to keep us afloat. Hey, Beck. Yeah? Let's go out. Oh, I'm in my pajamas and I have class. No. Let me take you out next week. There's a pause, and you forgot how much you want to fuck me, and you're trying to live by peach laws. No guys, just stories. But you do want me, or you would have made an excuse by now. Well, when did you want to get together? Friday night, I say. No parties. I want to take you out. I can hear you smiling somehow, and you say yes, and then you say yes again. And it's okay for me to tell you that I read your story, Dust Bunnies, about the summer you worked as a maid. It's okay for me to tell you my favorite parts. Of course, I liked it when the daddy of the house tried to get with you in the laundry room. Oh, you know that's not me in the story. But you told me you worked as a maid one summer. True, but I didn't throw myself at the men in the house, you say, and no wonder Blythe resents you. You are not a stalker, and Benji will always be wrong, but you do covet, innocently, only because you're not comfortable in your skin. Not yet. But I'm going to help you. You continue. Joe, I can't say it enough. The level to which I would never have gotten myself into that situation. It's fiction. I know. I don't know. I'm not some townie whore. It's a made-up story. I know. I don't go after married rich guys. I know. So where are you going to take me, Joe? You're happy I refuse to tell you because it's not often in life that you get all dressed up and have someplace to go without knowing what that place is exactly. You're in a long, pale pink skirt with 2 giant slits, and you're wearing high-heeled brown boots. New, for me. The slits are so high I can almost see your panties, and you have on a loose brown sweater that will be so easy for me to peel off of you. Your body is an offering, a payment for all those hands-off phone calls, those lunches. Your bra is pink, hot pink, so I don't forget about your tits under your sweater, not for 1 second. When I hug you, I smell flowers and laundry detergent and pussy juice, and I wonder how hard you had to go at your pillow. And I'm proud of myself for not checking your email for 2 solid hours so that I could give us all the suspense we need. And you're about to tell me, fuck this date, come upstairs, and I pull away. It's been so long, Beck. And while you are always adorable, you've never gotten this dressed up for me. Tonight, you care what I think. We aren't going to see your friends, and nobody's taking your picture and posting it on Facebook. Your body and your hair and your lips and your thighs, everything is for me. Ever since that night I bit your bed, you have forced us into asexual sunlit spaces. I finally have you in the dark and you're not hiding from me anymore, and I'm going to make this last as long as I can. I love this. I love you. Let's go, I say. And I take your hand, and your hand is good in mine, and we walk in silence. And it turns out that there's something to all those fucking talks on the phone because there's glue here now between you and me. And we're both surprised at how well we know each other, and I squeeze your hand, and you look at me, and I hail a cab, and one arrives because this is the way it's going to be for us from now on. Where to? Central Park, I say. Oh my God, Joe, really? Where they keep the carriages. You squeal and clap, and I did well. And I wasn't sure because part of me thought you don't get cheesier than a horse-drawn carriage. But in the end, it's been almost 2 weeks since our IKEA night. And I wanted our nocturnal reunion to be as hot as possible. The cab sails uptown, and we're there faster than I thought possible. And this time, I get out of the cab first. And this time, I run around to your side of the car and open the door for you. I offer my hand. You take it. The cabbie checks you out. I tip him, and before you know it, you and I are side by side in the horse-drawn carriage, nestled like lovebirds. This is bold, Joe, you say, and you move closer to me again. Those slits are bold, I say, and you spread your legs the tiniest bit, and you want my help, and I'm sliding my hand over your thigh, and you're turned on, the trot of the horse, the color of the leaves, me, and you whimper slightly, and I get there. Lace panties, dewy with you, and you whimper again, push just a bit toward my hand, and I get under your panties, and you're a pillow soft, warm pond just for me, and you say my name, and I hold my hand there, just taking you in, and you kiss me on the neck. Thank you. No, I say, because I can't make words right now. I'm too fucking happy to talk. The talking portion of the story of you and me is done, and I use my other hand to move up and take your shoulder in my palm, and we stay like that with eyes closed, taking each other in. Your hand moving up my leg, painfully, beautifully slow. And you don't even know what comes next, and this is the best $200 I ever spent in my life. Thank you, horse. So, Benji was right. You do like your luxury. And I realize that I do too. We're tucked into the darkest corner of Bemelmarn's bar at the Carlisle, and I own you, and I'm torturing you, being so close to all these empty rooms, all these soft beds, and I'm not taking you to bed, not just yet. Oh, come on, you say. We'll steal a key from the maid? I've never done anything like that. What is it you want to do in there, young lady? You know what we're going to do in there, Joe. Yeah? You nod and you're nibbling my ear, and if I asked, you would get down under the table here and now. But I don't ask, because I want your mouth on my ear. Your hands are on the move, prowling over my belt. That's right. There's room under there. That's right. That's your hand. That's my shirt. Pull it out. Yes. You're reaching and you're wanting, and you've got me in your hand home, and they need a new word for handjob because this is magic. You're a ball of want, and I have to open my eyes and see something unsexy or I'm going to blow it, and the room feels bright in the dark. I've never felt so safe as I do in your hands. I kiss you and you kiss me, and this was well worth the wait, and your magnolia is gonna take me in. Won't be long now. You're sopping wet, ready. Nobody's watching us. Nobody's mad at us. Nothing is wrong with us. The waiter in the red jacket who brought us 2 tall glasses of ice and 2 cocktail napkins and 2 small glasses of cold vodka was respectful and good. The drawings on the wall are good, just like they were when I saw them online when I was figuring out where to take you on my golden chariot to train your brain into thinking of me as your passport to money and leather banquets. I make less than every dude in here, including the waiter. Joe, Beck, I want you. Now. You sound all gooey and warm. But a fucking waiter approaches, slow-mannered. Excuse me, sir? Huh? You pull away and cross your legs and bite your lip. Are we getting busted for PDA? He bows slightly. Miss, are you Miss Beck? I'm Beck, you say, and the waiter is confused. Yes, I'm Miss Beck. What's wrong? Everything. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you received a rather urgent phone call from Miss Peach. Oh God. You cover your throat and it's over. You're not safe anymore. He looks at me and I nod. He goes, and you're tearing into your purse, and all that we did is melting faster than the leftover ice cubes. That's weird, I say, and you're still rummaging. You carry too much shit around. I can't find my phone. How did she know you were here? You blush. I may have tweeted. Beck. This was supposed to be our night, alone. I did this for you. Those slits were for me, and that bra was for me, and your panties were for me. How is this gonna work if you can't get through a few hours without looking for an audience? There's a pact you make when you slide into a booth and you shove your hand down a man's pants, Beck. There's no tweeting when you're fucking, and what am I gonna do with you? I want to scream and get more ice, but I have to breathe and drink and say nothing. Joe, you're not mad, right? No. I've never been here. When you were in the bathroom, I don't know, you say, and you get your phone and use it to tap me on the arm and turn to you. Joe, I'm so happy to be here. I've always wanted to go here, and I was just excited. It's fine. I should call Peach. Okay, Miss Beck. You go call Peach. Every guy in here watches you slip out, and 2 dudes look at you like they have a shot with you, and I would like nothing more than kick some ass. We were supposed to walk out of this bar together. You're not meant to glide alone in your slutty pink skirt all wrinkled. You unnecessarily lay a hand on the doorman's arm, asking what, I do not know, and that skirt is a little too see-through, if you want to know the truth. It's going to be hard to break you, this hungry public part of you that wants to be noticed and observed. You need an escort, Beck, especially if you want to dress like a fucking whore. The fuck you looking at? I say to the primary offender, a shithead at the bar who's still staring at the door you walked out of like he's planning on which part of your little whore body he's gonna fuck first. He's about 100 years old, not scared, but I'll put the fear in him if he doesn't get in line. You call from the lobby. Joe, we have to go. We have to go now. The old guy laughs at me and you shiver impatient. I'll get a cab. I gotta pay. I grabbed the waiter on the way in, you say, all newly dismissive. It's fine. The horse taxi thingy must have cost a fortune. And just like that, you turned all my good work at making you feel like a princess into shit. You paid, and I'm not the man. And Tucker Max is somewhere laughing at me with the geezer at the bar, and the cartoons are laughing at me, and the waiter who makes more than me is laughing at me, and you open the door to the cab. You strip all the man out of me, piece by piece, and I'm your phone bitch, and your skirt is a mess, and it can't get worse, but it does. Where are you headed? 71st and Central Park West. Peach okay? I say, surprised that I'm capable of talking out loud. No, you say as you tie your hair back with an elastic and that big fucking sexless purse you brought, as if you knew it was gonna wind up like this. You'll never believe what happened. Chapter 19. Everything peaks. It's just the nature of all life. As we cap over to Peaches, I feel more and more certain that I peaked in the carriage, not a horse taxi thingy as you said. And I know I will never be that great of a man ever again. I will never be in that precise place, having picked you up and literally swept you off your feet with your skin fresh and your skirt clean, and the night's still ahead of us. It's like Michael Cunningham says in The Hours. Happiness is believing that you're going to be happy. It's hope. Peach took my hope away. You're reading emails and sending texts, and how do you hold on to me for the first time in our life together and shut it off? You're a million miles away from me, talking to people who have nothing to do with us. Hey, Beck, I try. You don't look at me. You're blunt. What? Want to tell me what's going on? A lot, you say, and finally you look at me. Oh, you're mad. No, I say, and it's not my fault that your friends are such assholes, and it's not my fault that you couldn't stay off Twitter for one fucking night. These things are out of my control, and I'm better than you, and you know it, or you wouldn't be holding my hand and droning on about Peach and the fact that she thinks someone broke into her place and stole shit again, which is ridiculous, because I only broke in once, and I never stole a damn thing. Huh, I say. You cross your arms. Look, Joe, she's alone, she's scared, and she's my friend. I know, I say. You snap. Then don't go, huh? You don't have the guts to stand up to Lynn and Shayna, and I'll gladly be your whipping post tonight. I'm sorry, Beck. I really am. You nod. You are loyal. But let me say this. That building is tight. It would be seriously hard to break in. But you aren't moved and you huff. Well, it doesn't matter if it happened. She feels like it happened. I let you in. You're a girl. You're allowed. We ride in silence, and I privately note that Lynn and Shayna don't call you up on our date and claim that Bigfoot is trying to drown them in the fountain of youth. We're out of the door before the driver has the car unpacked, and I pay, sad. When I get out of the cab, you throw your arms around me, hard, and you whisper, "This was the best day ever." Define ever, I say, and I know you want to kiss, and so I kiss you. When we walk into the building, we are very much a couple, and we get into the elevator, and your phone buzzes and you answer, and it's Peach. She screams, "Where the hell are you?" "I'm sorry, we're in the elevator," she groans. "We?" The signal goes, and you sigh. This is going to be a long night. Do you want me to leave? I can tell that you wish I was gone, but you link your arm through mine. Please go easy on Peach. Look, I know she's a lot to handle, but she's tried to commit suicide a couple of times. She's weak. She's sad. I just don't like to hear you get yelled at. You smile and squeeze my arm. You're a protector. I am. I pick up your hand that was on my dick. I kiss it and promise you that you're safe. You coo. My knight in shining armor. The elevator yawns and shimmies, and the bell chimes, and the doors slide open to an ugly sight. It's loud. Elton John is blasting, and Peach looks electrocuted with frizzy hair and sleepless eyes. She's armed with a fucking paring knife of all things. What took you so long? She growls. She storms to the living room, which is even more vacuous without brown people. You squeeze my hand, sorry. I squeeze your hand, it's okay. We follow the angry Peach through her home, and if I lived alone in a place this huge, I'd be crazy too. It's been less than 10 minutes, and already I'm getting that unpaid delivery guide feeling. Peach speaks only to you, and when I dare to interject, she waits for me to finish before droning. As I was saying, I don't take it personally, and I honestly think she'd be just as pissed if you brought Lynn or Shayna. But it's not fun, Beck. I sit back on the sofa with my arms outstretched, and you are beside me, but forward, on the edge of your seat. I can't tell you that Peach is poison. Listening to her lie and listening to you get hooked is too much, but I can't say a word. You grab your phone. I think we should call the police. She shakes you off, and I can't take it anymore, and I stand up. I think I should check things out. You mind? Peach shrugs. Knock yourself out, Joseph. Are there any suspects? I ask, and you wrap an arm around my leg. I pat your head. Peach looks out the window, a classic liar's move. There's a sad, incompetent delivery boy from this juice place, but I can't fathom him having the wherewithal to break into this building. I mean, no offense, Joseph, but I doubt this kid even graduated from high school. None taken. She squirms. That came out wrong. It's fine, I say, and she's lucky I don't care what she thinks. I lean over and lift her chin and kiss you on the lips, wet, open, full on. I pull away and salute Peach on my way out of the room. I wander into the library-ish room to check on poor Mr. Bello. No wonder you don't get enough writing done. Peach is an albatross, constantly dragging you down with her troubles, her invented dramas. Right now, that blithe girl in your class is hunkered down over a pot of fuckface tea with a red pen and a 10th draft of a story. She's listening to Mozart and lost in her work. You prefer life. You like the melodrama of this penthouse. I pick up the bellow, now in a case, you're welcome, Salingers, and I listen to you girls walk into the kitchen. Peach tells you to put a pizza in the oven and you object. I thought you can't eat tomatoes with IC. Honestly, when I'm flaring and stressed like I am right now, it makes no difference. Sweetie, you purr. I know, she says. This is so not fair. That's it for me, and I bid poor Mr. Bello goodbye and head upstairs. My first stop is, of course, Peach bedroom. Last time I was here, I thought it was bigger than the bookstore, and upon re-entering I realized that to my dismay, I'm right. You could have 8 games of Twister going at once in here, and it's well designed, of course. The rich know how to make their walls work for them. French doors abound. Some open into the 20-foot closet, and some open into the terrace. I feel the most beautiful piece in here, a bleached mahogany dresser, antique, 18, maybe 20 feet long. I want to relax, so I lock the door behind me. I kick off my shoes and peel off my socks, and the mink area rugs, fucking mink, feel like heaven. The bed is a beauty, an ornate 4-poster California king that's its center stage. Ralph Lauren sheets, I check, and mountains of Virginia Woolf books in the built-in bookcase. Hardbacks, paperbacks, new, old. She's run 1 million marathons. The ribbons are the proof, stuffed like bookmarks into the books at random. I run my hand over the bleached mahogany dresser, and this is good stuff. What a shame. You can barely see the top because of the plastic forest of hair products. There's a giant TV, but that's a given in a joint like this. I want to go out on the terrace, but the door jams. I yank it. Come on, you bitch, open up, and it does. But I lose my balance, and I'm grasping at plastic bottles of hair glue trying to break my fall. It doesn't work, and I'm splat on the floor. I knocked over a bunch of bottles, and a well-worn copy of A Room of One's Own, and a bunch of photographs fall out onto the mink. I can't believe my luck as I flip through all 16 beautiful, revealing photographs, all pictures of you. Peach is quite the photographer, as it turns out. But the mark of a true great photographer is an independent eye. A great photographer can photograph a gutter and find the right angle and turn that gutter into a steel prism. These pictures are lovely, but these pictures are not art, Beck. No. These pictures are fucking porn. And I have to sit down because this is a lot to take in, to know. Peach loves you. Peach wants you. My senses are riled. An enemy lives here, and now I realize that these pictures are smeared, loved, and sticky. Some of them have fingerprints. She doesn't just love you, Beck. She's fucking deranged with obsession. I look closely and see streaky layers of lady juice, and that's why they all have this filtered look. She touches herself and then you, herself and then you. It's been eons, and no wonder the girl is so angry, so pent. The pictures offer the history of your body, thank you, Peach. And I see you at 18, maybe 17, in a loose tank top, no panties, asleep on your back in a bed. Light pours in from the beach in the background, and you are an angel, eyes shut, legs spread. I see you in a bikini, dipping one toe into the water. Your ass is, ironically, a ripe, delicious peach. I see you on a beach at night, mounting some dude naked. Peach has a good camera because I can see into your eyes and your nipples pop like buttons. I have to get into the California King. These photos, Beck. These fucking photos. There's a lump under the comforter, and I lift the comforter and find a mess of Peach's soiled, dank workout clothes and bloody socks. I climb over the mess and toss another one of her shawls. Great for hiding her invisible erections, I now understand. I spread out these photos and thank Christ the bag is bed. I want to fuck every single picture. The one of you in high school with bangs, and the one of you in college with hips, and the one of you mid-fuck, the black and white version of you riding some guy. That's not me in that picture, but it will be me, and I'll grab your neck the way you like, and you'll cry for me and moan, Joe. I spew a tank load of hot cum into the nearest fucking thing I can find. A musty sports bra. Peach won't miss it, and I have no choice but to shove it down my pants and tuck it into my boxers. I take pictures of the pictures before I tuck them away into their little Beck box, and I smile. When I calm down, I clean up. I head downstairs and find you both in a terrace. Everything looks different now, and there's a problem. Peach is in love with you, and you're mine, and life is never going to be easy with her playing sick, playing victim, playing taken, playing anything to get your attention. Sorry, folks. Give me one moment. I'm just going to grab some tea. Okay. And I'm different too now, afraid to look at you with the pictures so fresh in my mind. Peach is drunk and babbling about being stalked. I sit down on the arm of a chair the way a detective might sit and hold my chin in my hand. If I may, Peach, I noticed that you run a lot of marathons. Do you run every day? Why? She snipes. She wishes I were dead. It's not because I didn't go to college. It's because of the way you look at me. Well, I begin, if you run every day, it's very easy for some creep to figure that out and stalk you. You wave your hands and the shawl falls onto your lap. Oh my god, Joe! Peach runs every day before daybreak through the park. Not every day, Peach corrects you, but she lowers the volume on Elton. All the better to hear you sing her praise. Yes, you do, Peach. You're amazing, fearless. I mean, you run into the woods. Peach shrugs, but you can see her committing those words to memory. Amazing, fearless. That's not safe, I say. Well, I live outside of the box, Joseph, says Peach. That's just who I am. You pick up the list of men you girls have been working on, and I can't listen because of the slideshow in my head of you and you and you and you. Peach, you say, can you think of anyone else? Some guy you dated? She shrugs. Maybe that Jasper guy. We had lunch the other day, and I could see that I dented his heart. Who knows? Maybe I broke it and didn't realize. It's a fucking lie, but I have to be strong. This Jasper guy, did he lose his shit? If I said the sky were navy blue, Peach would correct me and call it midnight blue, so of course she objects. In my experience, men like Jasper handle rejection quite well, actually. Men like Jasper have such rich lives that they don't tend to be overly emotional about their personal lives. So you have a lot of ex-boyfriends, I say, and I know I should step off. We're all still friends, she snaps. We're not 7th graders. There's no drama. Good for you, I say, and I want to choke her. I'm not friends with any of my exes. Too much passion. I can't just toss that passion aside and go out to lunch. She doesn't have a comeback, and I lean one over to kiss you. Be safe, I say. Oh, Joe, you say, and you don't need to be so dramatic. Thank you for understanding. I do need to stay here. Look at all the love in your heart. You are loyal, sweet, and you rise up to walk me to the door and thank me again for being so understanding. We kiss goodnight as Elton John sings louder, sitting like a princess perched in an electric chair. I tell you to go back to your friend. You do. Chapter 20. A 2008 study in Germany did pretty much prove that a runner's high is an actual medical condition. Unfortunately for me, I must be the only part human. Because I have been tracking Peach for 8 days now, and I have yet to experience the runner's high that she talks about incessantly. It's been almost 2 weeks with you staying in her house, just in case the boogeyman stalker returns. Ha. I've only seen you twice. The first time, 7 days ago. You invited me over because you'd gone back to your apartment to gather your things. You packed and asked me about my Thanksgiving plans. I told you I eat with Mr. Mooney and his family, and you believed me. You said you're staying with Peach's family because Peach gets depressed when they're around. We started to fool around and you stopped me and rubbed your hand on your forehead. I thought my life was over, but you put your hand on me. This is my shit, Joe, you said. I get weird around the holidays because of my dad. It's not the same since he died. I told you I understood, and I did. And then we watched Pitch Perfect, and you hit pause and Peach called, and you took the call and apologized to me and sent me home. I hid outside your window, and lucky for me, you put the phone on speaker. The small talk ended and Peach sighed. So, my mom had lunch with Benji's mom. Uh-huh, you said. Well, don't you want to know what she said? Benji is a brat, you said, in the calm way that means you don't like him anymore. And obviously, he's kind of a druggie. Peach went for an override. Well, a lot of artists are weak that way, Beck. You weren't having it, and you told her. By now, he's probably in China, full of top-shelf heroin and drowning in Chinese pussy. I mean, he's definitely on something. His tweets are lame. No, Beck. My Benji tweets are not lame. They're disarming. They're dark. And you just keep talking about him. Honestly, Peach, the last thing I'm gonna do is worry about Benji, you declared. Did he worry about me? Down, girl. Sorry, I'm just packing, and it's never easy, packing. I have nightgowns you can borrow. You can wear all my stuff. Man, she wants you. And you said you had to go, and then you wrote to me to apologize for the abrupt ending. And I wrote back to you and told you not to worry, and then you went to town on one of your pillows, and I listened. And I liked it. Then again, 3 days ago, you and me and Peach met at Serendipity because her chocolate is the only chocolate that she can eat, and she really needed chocolate with all the drama over the stalker. We sat at a table meant for children, or people who have children, and I watched Peach inhale an oversized bowl of frozen hot chocolate. That seems an oxymoron. What the fuck is frozen hot chocolate? Sorry. And I know from reading about interstitial cystitis that you can't do that if you have that condition. Not disease, bitch. Condition. And she talked more than both of us combined, and when I tried to hold your hands on the table, you patted my leg no. Then afterward, we kissed goodbye on the street, and your lips were pursed so tight they were puckered. It has not been a happy Thanksgiving. The holiday comes like it always does. Peach's family comes home, and you're busy with them, and I'm not your boyfriend right now, and you did not invite me to eat turkey with your family. Curtis wants extra days off, and I work all the time. The first time I run is because I might fucking kill Peach. I go for walks when everyone else is busy with their family, and I find myself drawn to her building because you're there. I run because Peach comes smashing out the door and almost sees me. And if she saw me hanging out around her building, she'd go all nuts and start thinking that I'm a stalker. So yes, for a second there, I ran as fast as I could into the woods after her because I was going to grab her by the neck and make her stop running once and for all. And I kept running the next day, and the day after that, because I was disgusted by the fact that I couldn't fucking keep up with her. It's cold in the morning. And my thrift store high tops don't cut it. And I bought special running sneakers at a sporting goods store. Shoot me, please. And now my feet are covered in blood just like Peach's. And by the time I get to the shop every day, I am beat. Whoever said running in the morning gives you energy never had a day job that involves customer service. By day 10, I miss your face so much that the pictures of the pictures don't do it anymore. We talk every day, but you're different now that you pretty much live at Peach's. I miss you and me at Bemelmarn's bar, and I go there one night alone and feel sorry for myself and get a nasty waiter who keeps asking me if I have a friend coming. It's a dark, lonely time, and I really can't go on like this, Beck. On day 11, I look like a real runner in my new sweats and kicks. I even have a freaking sweatband wrapped around my head. Peach gets a late start because you girls did some drinking last night, as I saw on your Twitter. Vodka or gin? Vodka and gin is more like it. Hashtag girls night in. She's slow and off and definitely hungover. She bends over like she's gonna vomit. And most people avoid high impact exercise. It is cold and my legs are humming and I'm sick of running through the woods every day. But one thing about running that I will agree to, it is fucking addictive. Less than 2 weeks into my life as a runner and I don't need to set an alarm clock. She always starts out slow before sunrise with Elton John singing It's 4 o'clock in the morning, damn it. Listen to me good, and I know the song so well by now. Someone saved my life tonight, tonight. And it's not the kind of music that makes you want to work up a sweat. The reason I can hear her Elton John is that she has no regard for shared public space. Dignified, respectful citizens of the world use earbuds or headphones to privatize their music, but not Peach. She tucks her iPhone into a band that she wraps around her upper arm. She has a special speaker attached, and the music blasts. When people sneer at her or object to this, which has happened, I fucking love New Yorkers, she doesn't apologize. She tells them to deal with it. And the music. The Elton John is slow, and thus contrary, and the exercise is a punishment to her body. She is joyless and ugly when she huffs and puffs, and most girls run on well-lit paths, but Peach runs where she doesn't belong, alone. Save Elton John. You're a butterfly. Butterflies are free to fly, fly away, high away, bye-bye. And I follow her each day because you are not a butterfly as long as she exists. You are not free to fly, fly away because she's a dangerous fucking pervert, photographing you, coveting you. Is there anything sicker than photographing someone while she's sleeping? I have to stop her. And I have to save you. And I run faster and I'm gaining on her. I can smell her now, sweaty. And Elton is louder now. Someone saved my life tonight, tonight. And I am your someone and I will save your life. This is it. I summon all my strength and I charge at her and slam her bony body into the ground. She screams, but the sound cuts off as her head thuds against a rock. She's out cold. Elton is sleeping with myself tonight, saved in time. Thank God my music's still alive. If only Peach could have been more like him, honest, grateful, true. The music is still going, and I'm breathing so heavily and shaking, and I want to make the music stop, but fingerprints are dangerous. But now that our defenses are gone, I understand her music. It's a security system. She was preparing for a moment like this. And while it's annoying, shoving your music on other people, there is something intelligent and bold about it too. It's a shame that Peach's parents are such motherfuckers because there was potential for her to be a good person, an innovator. I let her music play on as a tribute, the irony, of course, being that the music did not save her life. But hey, she tried. Nobody will be that surprised to hear about a dead girl in Central Park. Women who run a roll in the park deprive themselves of their senses. It's a dangerous thing to do running alone. And as the reality of her body in the woods sinks in, I quicken my pace. I have never run this fast. Never known the depth of my lungs, and I make it onto the street and disappear into the subway, and now I might throw up, and I heave and I smile. Those Germans were right after all. There really is such a thing as a runner's high. And it's a good thing that I'm a bit high on life because a little while later I get a rather upsetting text from you. Can't get together tonight. I'm at New York Presbyterian, Peach. She's supposed to be in a morgue, not a hospital. Because I have no idea what happened, because I'm not a stalker, I respond surprised and inquire about details. You tell me that she got attacked in the park. But there's good news too, according to you. She's lucky. A girl found her right after it happened. Otherwise she might be, you know. I write back. But she's gonna be okay? You write back. Well, physically, yes, but emotionally, this is hard. She'll be in the hospital for a while. You'd never be talking to me if Peach got a glimpse of me, so at least I can be grateful for that. I offer to help, and you insist that you don't need me, but I will show you that I am a good boyfriend, and I will look beyond the injustice of her getting a bed in a hospital. She only gets to stay because her dad is on the board of the hospital. And it's not fair to think of all the genuinely sick people turned away. But nothing is fair. Give me a moment. Coco seems to need something, so I'll be back in a jiffy. Okay. I had a spoonful of honey and gave the doggo a snackaroo. And we are ready to continue. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, but I'll try to keep going as long as I can. Chapter 21. I'm not mad. Really, I'm not mad. You're a good friend. I know that Peach's parents have already gone back to San Francisco, and I know that you have to be there for her. I'm not going to challenge you like Lynn and Shayna, who throw around words like codependent and refused to visit Peach in the hospital. I'm not mad. I'm not. I prove that I'm not mad by sending flowers to her in the hospital. I even pay extra for a big yellow balloon with a smiley face. Does a guy who's mad buy the balloon? No, he doesn't. And I'm not being a dick to the customers either. You can tell I'm not mad because I'm more patient than ever. I don't lay into Curtis about being late, and I don't bitch him out when he forgets to order more Dr. Sleep, the only book we're moving, aside from the prequel, of course. And watching that book settle in at the top of the Times bestseller list makes me more and more aware of the fact that we're not progressing. Our first real date was the day that book came out, and now that book's breaking records and having its third fucking month on the bestseller list, and I'm reading about the inevitable movie adaptation on the internet for no reason at all. And I'm not mad at you, or at King, or at the customers, or Peach, or anything. I'm not mad she's a liar. I feel for the poor girl. She's obviously a product of her family's sociopathic tendencies, and she's tragically obsessed with you, and honestly, if anything, I'm just worried for you. And I can wait. Some good shit happens fast, a best-selling book. And some good shit happens slow, love. I get it. You are busy. You got class, I get it. And you got Peach, I get it. And you're not avoiding me, I get it. And you have pages due, I get it. And Peach just can't deal with being around guys, I get it. And you can't email as much with all that going on, I get it. And you think of me when you get into bed that I made for you, I get it. You see, Beck, I am not a narcissistic asshole who expects his needs to come first at all times. I wake up and run to the water and back, and my legs are firmer all the time. You'll see, eventually. And I sell King, and I read King, and I eat lunch alone and dinner alone, and not once do I bitch at you about blowing me off. Not once. The balloon, Beck, it was almost $10 more with the tax, and when I asked you if it got there, I could hear the Peach in you. Yeah, you said, it did. Is something wrong? Well, Joe, forget it. I mean, for her, everything is wrong right now, you know? Beck, what the fuck? And I didn't say that in an asshole way. I just wanted you to be straight with me. Joe, never mind. It's fine. Obviously, it's not. You let out a sigh, and you're the one who's mad, and you sound different, like you've been drinking the green juice delivered to Peaches each morning, like you're starting to like this way of life, sleeping uptown, waking up without a single piece of IKEA in the room. Don't get mad. I'm not mad, Beck. We both just felt like the balloon was a little insensitive. Insensitive. I mean, it's a smiley face. It's a get well balloon. Yes, but Joe, it's not that simple. On the website, it's right there in the get well section. Yes, but it's not like she got hurt playing tennis. Tennis. Beck, be reasonable. I am reasonable. I meant no harm. I know, Joe. It's just that a giant yellow smiley face is kind of the last thing in the world you want to see when there's some creep out there who broke into your home and attacked you. I mean, it's a smile. This is just like... Jesus, I said. It's not a smiling kind of time. I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Beck, can we get a coffee or something? I really can't right now. You never sounded farther away from me. And I will take that balloon and stab the fuck out of it. And at the same time, I will take that balloon and tie it around Peach's neck because who the fuck can cunt out over a balloon? Well, it's been 7 hours and 6 whole days since Peach got home from the hospital. You're busy with school and busy with Peach, still living at her house. But you're not too busy to exchange emails with a stranger named... Sorry, they redact the email even though it's not real. You. Hey, can you call me? Captain. Not right now. Are you still coming this weekend? You. I'm really busy. Can't you just call me? Captain. I want to see you. You. I don't have a car. You. I don't have a car. Captain. Get one and I'll take care of it. You're still size small, right? You. Yes. When your plans with the captain are finalized, you leave Peach's place and get into a cab. I call you. I get voicemail and I do not leave a message. I am not the captain, and you ignore Peach's call and she emails you, all caps. Where are you? You write back curt, swift. Writing emergency, long story. I'm off to my writing retreat, haha, at Silver Seahorse in Bridgeport. You be good to you and lock the doors. Love, 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 Beck. And now, Peach is mad at you, and honestly, I don't blame her. It is a bitch to drive to Bridgeport. You rent a car because, as we all know, the captain is paying. I'm stuck in Mr. Mooney's enormous old Buick. I do a lot for you, Beck. You'd think I'd be the captain by now, and I don't listen to any music for the entire drive to Bridgeport. I'm too sad for music, too sad for Elton John and my headaches. Oh, captain, my captain. I cry. I get to Bridgeport first. The Silver Seahorse is a small motel near the water, one of those joints where all the rooms are off exposed walkways. Peach wouldn't even set foot in a place like this, but this must be the place because it's the only Silver Seahorse in Bridgeport. I listen to local news and eat a gas station burrito. I am so scared for you, for me, for us, that I can't finish the burrito. The captain? Who is this captain? You pull into the lot and I slink down on the seat and watch you in the rearview mirror. You pop the trunk and walk around back, but you don't get out the bags because the captain moseys out of a motel room. He's at least 45, maybe 50, with Clooney gray hair. Is this what you're into? And he flicks his cigarette out. Fuck you, Captain. I hope you die of cancer. And he picks you up and spins you around. And you know what, Beck? Now I am mad. Captain AARP asshole gets into your car. I followed the two of you as he drives, the fucker, and you've never been in a car with me. And you two pull up to an ATM at Cumberland Farms. You jump out of the car and come back with a wad of 20s. He makes you count the money. I hope he dies now. And you are angry and you count slowly like a third grader practicing. And I'm reminded of your Craigslist casual encounters and I fear the worst. I follow you and the captain back to the Silver Seahorse, and this is me, Beck. The captain gets out first and opens the door for you, and you walk around back and get your bags out of the trunk, and he already has a key, and I'm close enough to hear. Hey, can I have a smoke? He shakes his head. Honey, I can't do that. So it's fine for you, but not me. Did you bring the costume? Costume? Jesus. Do you think I brought a costume? You groan. Just one smoke, please. Hell if I'm gonna give one to you. Are you kidding me right now? This is when you decide to be a fucking father? You said father. And I might collapse as my brain waves sizzle and my heart stops. Father. You told me he was dead. You told everyone he was dead. Oh, Beck, why? I don't know if I'm mad or sad because in the present moment I'm just so relieved that you're not paying or being paid to put on a schoolgirl outfit and get banged in a motel room. I breathe. The captain is your father, and your father has the key, and you groan and follow him into room 213. I want to know him, and I want to follow you in there, and I want him to shake my hand and tell me how happy he is to see that his daughter has got such a good man in her life. But you told me he's dead, so maybe you'd be happier if I went in there and made that happen? I am so confused, and it is colder by the second. It's off-season in the shithole that is Bridgeport, and the activity of checking into the room helps me steady myself. It's a lot to take in, but I'm relieved. I spat off some bullshit about lucky numbers and request the room adjacent to yours. They give it to me and it smells like bleach and Newports and the walls are thin. And after I shower, I throw one of the extra towels on the floor and sit down and listen to you fight with your dad. Something about money, kids, you sound like adults in Peanuts cartoons. He slams the door and you're alone. After you finish crying, you shower and now you're wet and clean like I am, and I hear the door lock. You tear the blanket off the bed. It hits the floor. It's heavy. I hear it. And you start to work away at yourself and you moan. You're loud. I hear it. And now I'm working and you're working, and in my mind there's no wall because I'm fucking you on that bed and you're bent over begging for it. And we're in Bridgeport because we want to fuck into a motel, and I'm pulling your hair and you're screaming. You are, Beck. You're loud and there's no green pillow for you to cry into. And when it's all done, you turn on the TV and light a cigarette. I can hear it and I can smell it. And I'm so heavy from doing it with you and not doing it with you, and it takes a minute before it hits me. You know the smiley face balloon was fine, and your father isn't a dead junkie. You're a fucking liar. Chapter 22. You have a way of making me do things I don't normally do. I haven't dressed up for Halloween since the 3rd grade. Spider-Man. And though it's gotten harder over the years, I've managed to silently protest that horror of a holiday for the bulk of my life. Yet, here I am, in a mothball-scented dressing room at Bridgeport Costumes. The dressing room is so small that a fucking Smurf would be sweating. Celine Dion is singing about her fucking heart to the worst sound system in existence, while the well-intentioned Irish shopkeeper prattles on a few feet from the dressing room. Have you got those pantaloons on yet, son? No, I say, and I look in the mirror and I want to die. But I can't die, because you need me. Your father is dragging you to the Charles fucking Dickens Festival across the Sound in Port Jefferson. You don't want to go, but he rented you a costume, and after the two of you finished arguing this morning, you need to go spend time with his family. While you and your dad were getting ready for the festival, I hunkered down in my motel room and read up on this fucking festival. When you stepped out for a cigarette, I looked out at you and I knew I had no choice. You were a vision in your costume, drowning in red velour as your hair poured out from under a little red bonnet. You were smoking and pouting in the parking lot of the Silver Seahorse Motel. You are the only girl in the world who could look so serious and so silly at the same time. Your dad stepped outside to join you in a top hat and tails. He gave you a white furry muff. What am I supposed to do with this? You asked. Put your hands in. Keep warm. But I have gloves. Beck, can you just give me a break here? You sighed and put your hands in that lucky muff, and I want to put my hands in you. I'm taking too long to get dressed, and the Irish shopkeeper taps her knuckles on the door. She wants a sneak peek, of course. It's so nice to see young people like you getting into the spirit, she calls. If you don't mind my saying so, I think those pantaloons are going to suit you quite well, you know. Yep, in a second. And I'm not sure if I mentioned, she says for the 3rd time, rentals must be returned within 1 week of rental date. Otherwise, you might have an old Irish slag knocking at your door in the wee hours. Are you ready? In a second, I say, and maybe Irish women don't speak English. Celine Dion is still screaming about her goddamn heart, and I'm choking on mothballs and self-loathing. And if you would have told your dad about me, he could have rented costumes for both of us. Then you'd be in here with me, and I wouldn't even notice the mothballs or the schmaltzy Canadian crap. But you lied to me. And now I have to walk out of the dressing room and tell the Irish lady that I'm attending the festival on my own. Handsome chap like you won't go very long without finding a nice lass, I'm sure, she chortles. And there's a mirror behind her, and fuck, this costume really does look good on me. My top hat is taller than your father's top hat, but this costume is not a disguise. Do you have any beards? She objects, jokingly. Are you quite serious, young man? It's cold out there. We have beards, but they're not all Dickensian. I don't care, I say, and she grips my 20s and fumes. Small towns are scarier to me than cities. This woman, who seems all kindly and obsequious a minute ago, is melting down because I want a beard. I'm kind of in a rush, I say, the slightest bit of an Irish effect. She lowers the volume on the ancient tape player. Celine Dion and cassette isn't very Dickensian either, but she concedes and points me towards the non-Dickensian, non-refundable beards, which are in a box in the back, marked Johnny Depp / Duck Dynasty. Fucking America, Beck. I just don't know sometimes. Life is aggravating when you're alone in a costume on a party boat with people who are all together in costumes on a party boat. We're not even close to docking at Port Jeff yet. and I should have boarded the ferry. I didn't think it through. What if you recognize me? You're not going to want to introduce me to your father while I'm in Panta-fucking-loons. I should have gone back to New York, but there's no turning this festive boat around, so I'm trying to focus on the good. You haven't tweeted once since you've been here, or sent one email, but bad thoughts creep in. Your father is back in the picture. What if this means that you tell your mother to shut off your phone? Calm down, Joe. I know your passwords, and I will always find a way into you, but I like having your phone. I like thinking of your mother paying for me to protect you. It's hard to be rational in a costume, and I try again to think good thoughts. You are capable of going offline, and you're lying to everyone, not just me. And in a way, I'm having an easier go of it than you. You and your old man sit on bucket seats in the main cabin. You look gorgeous, of course, the rows in our Titanic vessel to my crafty, upbeat Jack. And if we were in this together, oh, Beck, I'd find my way under that skirt of yours. But neither you nor your father appears very excited for the festival, and I gather that he drives this boat. Deckhands give him shit for being in costume, and the captain of this particular trip steps out of the wheelhouse and insists on getting a picture of you and your old man. You don't want a picture, but your old man insists, and I'm tempted to storm across the deck and start a mutiny. But I have to let you and your dad work this out on your own. I know when you need your space. That's why I got the beard. Your dad asks if you want a drink, and you shrug. You want to make this as hard as can be? I just said I don't know, you sulk, and you turn into a teenage girl around your father, which makes a lot of sense. Well, Guinevere, do you or do you not want something to drink? Coffee, you snap. Fine. He called you Guinevere, and a group of semi-drunk Chuck Dickens fans are starting to sing Christmas carols, and some fat guy in a Ben Franklin getup, oh, America, is trying to pass by and loses half of his beer on me. And the air is thick with mothballs and salt water and cores, and I do not like it here one bit. Because you ran away to see your dad, who is alive. Alive! And because I want to be there in case you need me, I'm going to have to sell a fucking Dickens on eBay to cover the expenses of the motel, the costume, and the psychotherapy I'll no doubt need when I realize I'm permanently fucked up from that day I froze my ass off in pantaloons and stood on a deck with a bunch of quarter-wits. The half-wits are at home, watching Great Expectations, the movie. The only thing worse than the boat trip to the festival is the festival itself. The public rape of Charles Dickens is an atrocity, Beck. Who knew such crap existed? You knew. You stay away from your half-brother and your half-sister, both of them kids, little ones, 6 and 8, I'd guess, in costume, everyone in costume, and Charles Dickens would be disgusted that his entire life's work is celebrated by rich old retirees who have nothing better to do than blow money on rented knickers and petticoats and wigs and cross Long Island Sound only to gather with other like-minded nitwits and stroll around village of Port Jeff, where they compliment one another on their fucking costumes and gorge on candied apples and act like it's fun to tour old homes and listen to 18th century guitar and gorge again on caramel popcorn and get their faces painted, as if painted faces have anything to do with Dickens, and listen to chamber music. Honestly, Beck, of all these white motherfuckers on this boat right now, seriously, no black person would ever do this. How many do you think could pass the test on Oliver Twist? How many do you think read his lesser-known works? But there was no way for me to not follow you into this town. And it's a good thing I'm always here. The Kevin Costner to your Whitney Houston, because people get weird in costumes. Even old white dullars from Connecticut. They're slightly soused on beers. Day drinking is allowed when you're celebrating Dickens. And more than a couple of dudes have gotten a little too cheerful with you, and I've got a list in my head of everyone who needs a beatdown. I'd never hit a woman, but your stepmother doesn't like you, and she's jealous of the attention you get, and her kids aren't all that, and our kids will be cuter. And how does my anger with you always soften into love? Guinevere, your stepmother says. Your dad calls her Ronnie, and she's fighting 40 with Botox and bronzing powder and Spanx. You'll embrace your age and you'll be beautiful unlike Ronnie, who barks. Did you give me change from that vendor with the candy apples? You gave me a 20. Your father looks like he's gonna explode, and he turns his attention to the shitty little kids as if they need him right now, which they don't. You pout. The candy apples were like $5 a pop. Now your dad gives a fuck and he chastises you. Guinevere, honey, come on. Fine, you say, so brittle you might break. You pull both your hands out of your muff, and the muff hits the pavement, and you start fishing around in the giant Prada bag, and your stepmother picks up one of her unimpressive children and lodges the kid on her hip. Prada, she says. Did you get that on eBay? It was a gift, you say, and sometimes you do tell the truth. You hand her $2, and she takes it, and you look up at your dad. Can we go? The Dramamine I bought in the gift shop isn't working, and the ride back is worse than the ride out. I've spent the bulk of it in this tin can of a bathroom, and the colonial Connecticutans are all banging down the door because they're all sick from too much food and fun. And his beard itches, and his boat rocks, and this toilet won't flush. I jiggle the handle. Some asshole fists the door. Some of us got colons too, buddy. I can't dignify him with a response, but the goddamn boat breaches. Is the captain drunk too? And I get slammed against the wall, and when I throw up, I try to move my non-refundable beard, and it drops into the mess in the toilet. Plop. There's no way out of this one, and the faucet gives barely more than a trickle. If I don't get out of here soon, I'm only going to draw more attention to myself. There's nothing for me to do but bow my head and pray like hell that you aren't part of the lynch mob forming outside the door to the latrine. If there is a God, you are holding it until you are back in the safe confines of the Silver Seahorse. And there is a God. There are only 4 people waiting, and it sounded like a dozen. I make a run for the stern. The wind bites back there, and hopefully I will be alone, and hopefully I can ride out the rest of this trip without ruining your day. I think you would be scared if you saw me, and I think it would sound like bullshit if I told you that I went to meet family, and there are tears streaked across my cheeks, and I can't tell if I'm crying or if it's the wind. I miss my warm, scratchy beard, and the pantaloons are made of paper, and my legs are fucking freezing. Finally, the boat slows as we ease into the harbor, and then something unimaginably horrible happens to me. Something so bad that I might jump off the boat. If it was summer, I would already be in the water because your little half-brother and half-sister are playing hide and seek. Great game to let your kids play on a boat, Ronnie. And I hear Ronnie calling for the little tykes who are hiding behind a box right in front of me. Breathe, Joe. Breathe. I hear Ronnie running, and she gets there fast and grabs each kid by the hand and looks at me. What a day, right? She's flirting with me because she's jealous of you, and I'm on Team Beck, and I know how to get back at her. Yes, ma'am. She didn't like that, and my ma'am had a twofold purpose. It was supposed to make her feel old, done, and it was also supposed to make her go away. But then 2 deckhands come out of nowhere, and the boat is turning ever so slightly, and the deckhands are unraveling rope, and the tired, drunk Connecticutans are coming this way because it's just my fucking luck that this boat docks and offloads from the stern. And if there is a God, then you are fighting with your father and you are lost in conversation. If there is a God, I will be the first one off this boat. If there is a God, this slow-moving steel beast will get there already so your stepmother can take her kids home and feed them the mac and cheese they're screaming about. And if there is a God, then we are docking right now. We are. And there is a kid on land hoisting a ramp. There is. We're getting there, and I will be 3rd, maybe 4th off this boat, and people are starting to get pushy. And if there is a God that is not you, I hear behind me. And if there's a God, Ronnie will not ask me to move out of the way. My husband is trying to get through, she says, and she knows how to exact her revenge as well. Your father squeezes by me and apologizes for the close quarters. He turns his head and whistles for you, just as the boat finally settles and the deckhand releases the ramp that connects the boat to the land. Coming, you say. Jesus Christ, people, this isn't Ellis fucking Island. And I love your sense of humor and disgust, and I love you, and that's why, like a flower to the sun, I turn my head a millimeter, just enough to see your beautiful face and long enough for you to see mine, before the deckhand slaps the ramp down and locks it into place, and I shove my way through that crowd and get off that fucking boat. Chapter 23.
Start taking notes.
ask you about love, probably quote me a sonnet. But you've never looked at a woman and been totally vulnerable. You can't tell me what it feels like to wake up next to a woman and feel truly happy.
Someone really should just put him out of his misery.
Sorry, I was having some more honey. Yeah, I say, and I wish I could have prepared for you, hidden your things and showered, and put on matching socks. But you're here now, walking up my stairs, slowly, teasing me with every deliberate soft step. It's a blur from then on. My shitty sofa transforms into a hammock on a desert island in a Corona commercial minus the beer. We don't need beer. We don't need anything. We have us now. I keep my arms around you, and you hold me in a way that would please Eric Carmen. We suck face until we can't. And then we just tell each other things. You tell me about the Dickens Festival, the fight with your father over cigarettes, your stepmother and the shitty motel, the bratty step-siblings, the overpriced candy apples. You want to know about me, and I tell you I like you a lot. We go back to sucking face. It goes on like that for a while, and you're all worn out and cozy. When you finally fall asleep, your little body is limp. I don't know if I will ever be able to sleep with you this close to me. You can't tell lies in your sleep, and you smile slightly, I think, every so often, and move closer to me. The only reason I know that I'm able to sleep in such close proximity to you is that the next morning the sound of the shower running turns on wakes me up, and you're no longer in my arms, and you are naked, wet, there. Chapter 25. If you live alone, you'd be a fucking masochistic freak to buy an opaque shower curtain. I started thinking about this in the Silver Seahorse, where the shower curtain was white, save a few spots of mold on the bottom. It's like they were trying to make the rooms feel like Psycho. I thought buying a shower curtain would be the easiest fucking thing in the world, but you go to Bed Bath & Beyond, and they have like 600 opaque shower curtains that are obviously not an option. And then you go online, and there are thousands to choose from. I didn't buy a totally clear one because you need something to look at while you're on the can. But when you think about it, the shower curtain is something you're going to look at every fucking day. So I started going through hundreds of options online. Most of the designs are bullshit you could never stomach every day. A map of the world, go fuck yourself. Fish, a map of Brooklyn, really go fuck yourself. Snowmen, the Eiffel Tower, nautical signs. I mean, I'm not some fucker who buys scarves at Urban Outfitters and rates movies at IMDb. I just wanted something funny and classic. I finally settled on a clear shower curtain with yellow police tape marked "Police Line, Do Not Cross" slapped across. And when I bought this shower curtain, I never imagined that you would be on the other side of the police tape. Those damn yellow stripes blocking my view of you. Next time, I'm going for an all clear, Beck. Lesson learned. And really, it's all for the best, because I don't have time to watch you shower. I have to take this opportunity to hide all the Beckmobilia and hope that you don't do any snooping when you woke up. I retraced your steps. You left the bathroom closet door open, typical woman, after you got a towel. Fortunately, you took the towel on top, and you didn't find your bra stashed under the bottom towel. Hopefully, you didn't open the medicine cabinet in the bathroom and find your scratched-up silver hair clip. I stole it the first day I stepped into your apartment. Those clips are everywhere. You never miss it, right? I needed it because a few delicious strands of your hair are woven in, holding your DNA, your scent. Did you open the refrigerator door and find your leftover bottle of Nantucket Nectar diet iced tea half empty? Your lips touched it, and I wanted to keep your lips in my refrigerator. You did pour a glass of water, and there's always a possibility that you would have mistaken your iced tea bottle for my own. The bathroom door is the one thing in here that is actually not even slightly broken. And you could have closed it all the way, but you didn't. It's like you want all doors open at all times, the way your windows have no curtains in your apartment. And I can't help but feel excited that in some way you wanted me to sneak a peek at you in there, right now, blocked by that Big Bird colored police tape. You arch your back and let the water hit one tit and another tit, and then you turn around and you like it here in my shower, in my home. And you let the water go at your neck and drip down your back, and you take the bar of Ivory soap, my soap, and hold it between your breasts and move it down and let it fall, and then you rub the suds on your belly lower, lower, until your hands are down there, and then as soon as they're down there, they're back up on your neck. And you're holding back. And you're so hot for me right now, and I should take off my clothes and get in the shower, but if I did that, you would look at the moving door and realize that your white bikini top is hanging on the doorknob. I know you didn't notice it yet. And there's a chance you will never notice it since you didn't close the door all the way. I can grab the bikini and pray that you're so wrapped up in your sopping wet double entendre baby self and don't notice. Or I can leave it there and assume that when you do finish cleaning, not fucking, that you'll be so preoccupied with drying off and blinded by the steam that you won't notice your own bikini top. Who am I kidding? I have to get that bikini top. I close my eyes. I pray. My hand is shaking when I reach around to the interior side of the door and pull it off the doorknob. You don't notice, and everything is safe again, and I really need you to get the fuck out of my apartment. I put your bikini behind the frozen Stouffer's things I buy but never eat, and then you're out of the shower, out of the bathroom, and you call out, "Hey, Joe, where are you going with that gun in your hand?" For a second, I panic. You know, and the bikini is a gun, and I'm fucked, but you're in a towel, dripping, and I look like a fucking lunatic against the fridge. I'm just kidding, you say. I know it's a bad joke, but it's not that bad. Chill out. I guess you found the towels. I hope it's okay, you murmur, and my home is no place for bare feet, and you keep moving around because the floors are sticky and dirty, and you're looking down at my typewriters and asking too many questions, and you're picking up my taxidermy miniature alligator head that I would have hidden if I knew you were coming. And this is all wrong. All wrong. This is not right in the morning light, and you got to sleep here and shower and soap up without making love to me, and in what universe can that possibly be a good thing? Your clean hands are too clinical right now, and you're examining this place like it's a crime scene. Maybe that yellow tape put you on guard. You're asking when I started collecting typewriters and dead animals, and jokingly asking if I'm a serial killer, and pointing at the hole in the wall and saying, "Joseph, tell me again about the hole." And yeah, you're laughing, and you don't mean for me to defend it all, but this is not good for us, and you're too clean. And I have sleep in my eyes, and morning wood, and no coffee, and no eggs to make for you. The faucet drips. You didn't shut it off all the way. But I can't shut it off because you can't be alone in my living room. You excuse yourself to the bathroom, and you wash your hands with a lot of soap, taxidermy, and typewriters. When you get out of my bathroom, with your freshly scrubbed hands, you're all done with me, talking about school, kissing me goodbye, no tongue. When you leave, I sit in the wet tub and breathe you in. All of you. Dude, you don't think that's a little harsh? Curtis is pleading his case and turning red, and the little shit has never been fired before. And suddenly he loves it here at Mooney's, and suddenly he gives a shit, and suddenly my pothead minion is never getting stoned again. Curtis, the right thing to do now is just say, okay, boss. He flares, and a fat little woman knocks on the counter like it's a door. Excuse me, guys, but do you have any zone cookbooks? Yeah, I say, and I'm about to say where, but suddenly Curtis actually works here and actually gives a shit, and he's zipping behind me and leading the sweet little fatty to the cookbooks, and talking to her about our ability to special order any zone book her fat little heart could desire, and telling her about a return policy so loudly you think she was deaf, not fat. And it's amazing how people only shape up until they have a gun against their head, and then I hear you. Hey Joe, where are you going with that gun in your head? And that morning was all his fault, and he must pay. He must pay. And the fat lady wants to pay part by check and part by cash and part by credit card, and I have to wonder how she will afford to buy the ingredients in the zone book recipes. And suddenly, Curtis is a fucking volunteer policeman, all about double-checking her driver's license like I taught him to do, like he never does, and running the credit card the right way, hard and tilted so that the weak-old machine picks up the swipe. He's inserting a bookmark in each fucking cookbook, and man, this kid, only a nut job psychopath perfectionist motherfucker would fire this kid. So good he is. So dedicated. The little fat lady's pleased, and she whistles at me. Yoo-hoo, hun. I nod and I smile, and she should have addressed me as sir. You should give this young man a raise, she says, and she's pink all over from hustling around the store. I tell you, I was at another little shop uptown for 2 hours before someone came to help me, and this young man you have here was wonderful and gracious host to me, and knowledgeable too. I'd like to tell her that in both bookstores and coffee shops, it's actually polite to leave browsers and readers alone. When you harass people and offer to help them too much, they feel like you're nudging them out of the door. This lady doesn't know anything about the world, and she's still raving about this friendly young man. And I would like to tell her that overeager Curtis, do you start doing meth or something, has actually driven customers away today because most people don't want to be interrupted when they're reading the first few pages of a novel. Oh, I want her to know that Curtis smokes pot 4 times a day and steals bicycles and fences them for spare cash. I could tell her that he's late every fucking shift, and that he shits in the bathroom on a regular basis, rude, and that he's cheated on every girlfriend he's ever had, and that when she exits this place, were he not getting his ass fired, he'd mock her to high hell and possibly even write down her checking account information. Yes. She pays with a check. Instead, I just smile at the gal. You're the exact reason that we open up shop every day, I say. We're in the business of helping people buy books. This is just like that Meg Ryan movie, she squeals. You know, where the nice girl has a small shop and she falls in love with the man with the big shops? Curtis fucking sings, You've got mail? You got mail, she cries and she laughs. Oh, I love that movie. Do you have that here? DVDs? This sloth won't use her cookbooks. She will buy a small shelf at Target and have someone nail it into the wall in her kitchen. She will line up those cookbooks and love the way they look, and throw a pizza in the microwave and tear into the DVD of You've Got Mail that she'll trek across town to buy. She'll never come back here again. When she goes, Curtis gets it somehow. He knows he's done. Dude, he says, for what it's worth, I thought I was helping you out. That chick was hot. Bangable hot. You don't give out my address to strangers. She said she knew you. And did I say bangable? Mad bangable. Let it be known that I only punched him once and not in the face. You better remember that, Beck. It's not like I'm some monster, and it's not like I hurt him. I fired him, man to man, boss to worker. It wasn't personal, and it wasn't hardcore. And that fat lady was the first customer he treated well since week fucking 1. Also, you're not bangable, Beck. You're beautiful. There's a difference. Jesus Christ. Chapter 26. The day after our sleepover without sex, you asked me to meet up with you in Midtown. Curtis was gone and I was alone in the shop. But the day after a woman is naked in your apartment, everyone knows the only thing to say to her is yes. We picked up your new cable box. The line was a mile long. Then you sent me home. And it's been more of the same for the past 2 weeks. Today you asked me to meet you in front of a Starbucks in Herald Square, where I stand now as you kiss me hello on the cheek. You're not going to sit on my lap in an overstuffed chair and lick whipped cream off my upper lip. You're in get it done daytime mode, and Christmas shoppers walking by probably think I'm your gay best friend. My dick hurts, Beck. Where's my holiday? So the good news is I know exactly what I want. You do? I say, and I hope you'll ask me to eat you out in the bathroom at Starbucks. I want to get my mom those headphones that double as earmuffs. Ah, digital earmuffs are the physical opposite of oral sex. And the better news is I have a coupon, you say, and we are on our way to Macy's. Now you start in about money. You're strapped for cash. I pretend that I didn't read the emails you exchanged with your father this morning. I know that you're waiting to see if your old man, the captain, is going to help you out. We're in the ladies' shoe section. Didn't you want earmuffs? When you asked me about Curtis. I tell you that I caught him stealing and fired him. I do not tell you it was because he gave you my address. You sigh. He seemed like a good kid. Huh. You wandered through jewelry. Didn't you just need earmuffs? And you want to know when I'll hire a new clerk. I tell you that the only thing more impossible than finding good help is running the store on my own. You nod and agree that most people are unemployable. And is this really how it's going to be? Small talk about resumes and shit? Want to go for a ride, you say? And if you mean that you're going to go for a ride on my dick, then yes. But instead, you take my hand and lead me onto the escalator. It is crowded and sweaty and Christmassy, and I would rather be balls deep in a trash can. There's no privacy on an escalator at Macy's in December, but you're a little performer, and here you go. So, my grad school advisor, the one on sabbatical, who's on a grant at Princeton, and you pause as if the Mexican chick in front of you cares. He wants pages before we break, which is obviously ridiculous. What's his name again? I say, even though I never asked. Paul, you say, and you don't offer a last name and the conversation's over, thank God. We get off at the 4th floor. It's loud and smells like pretzels and perfume. A Miley Cyrus song plays and it's too hopped up in here. Loud skanks picking fights with each other assault my senses, and I ask you if the headphones are on this floor, and you tell me you need to return something. Fortunately, the line at the young sluts department isn't that long because most young sluts can't afford to buy shit. As it turns out, you weren't telling me the whole story, and when it's our turn, you pull out leggings and a wrinkled receipt out of your bag, and the poor girl behind the counter has never done a return, and of course, we have to wait. Is there a reason this is taking so long? You snip. Well, you bought these more than 100 days ago. So? And holy shit, you really are broke, because why else would you be digging up pants from 3 months past? You grab the pants and the receipt and you shove them in your bag. I'll just come back when there's a manager. Fine by me. You are stung now. You were depending on that refund. You take it out on every one of the young sluts, plowing through rayon and neon without saying excuse me. A couple of bitches say they want to kick your ass, but they won't. They're in high school. They're happy to just call you a biatch. I tell you to slow down and you don't listen, and I almost love what a cunt you can be because one of these days you're gonna tie me to a bed and slap me and lord over me the way you lord over all the people who get in your way. You're so revved up and I want to play with you, and I do. Beck. What? Look, I don't know a shit ton about girls' clothes, but those pants that you were trying to return, they look good. They don't look good on me. Can I see? You fight a smile, but you lose. Here? Yeah, I say, and you're walking more slowly now. And there's nobody monitoring the dressing room because it really is Christmas and Santa knows I'm a good boy. We walk down the corridor of dressing rooms toward the handicap one on the end. You don't tell me why you're pushing that door open, and you don't invite me into the room, but I follow. I sit down on the bench, and you stand in front of the 3-panel mirror. You pull the pants out of your bag, and what is wrong with you that you're still thinking about pants? You sigh. See, what I really want are jeggings. But what you really need is an orgasm, and I tell you to try them on. You're blushing, naughty, and a door slams, and someone's mutterings get a room, and we did get a room. We have this room, and your furry boots are off, and you're zipping your jeans, and they're so snug that when you pull them down, your panties start to go with them. Come here. Joe, shh. I motion for you to come here. Because you're shy at heart, you pull your pants up and even start to zip them as you walk over to me. I look up at you, and you look down on me, and you start to crouch down and reach for my belt buckle, but no. I grab your hand, firm. Stand up. You do. And when I start to unzip your pants, you step closer and wiggle and help me get you out of those pants. And I get you all the way out of them and throw them at the mirror. And finally, at long last, in the young sluts department of Macy's in Herald Square, Christmas comes early. I taste you. I lick you. And when you come at the top of your lungs. I love shopping. Sex clears the mind and the orgasm agrees with you. We leave the dressing room and you decide to give the pants you were trying to return to your mother. I knew you were never getting any earmuffs. You hold my hand hard and tight, and we ride the escalator 4 flights back down, and you do not want to browse anymore. The music softens as Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas begins, my favorite sad holiday song. You ask me what I'm doing for the holiday, and I tell you that I'm working, of course, and you tell me that you're going to have to get a job. You lead me into men's hats, and you pick up a red and green wool monstrosity. I shake you off. Maybe I can work here. You smile. You could come visit me on my breaks. Do you really need a job? Instead of answering me, you pick up a red hunting cap like the one Caulfield wore in The Catcher in the Rye, and you look up at me. Please? It's pretty much my favorite book of all time. I can't say no, and I love you for not mentioning the book by name. I put the hat on and you bite your lip. Adorable. It's hard to get you to take me seriously while you're wearing this ridiculous hat, but I try. Seriously, Beck, do you need a job? You are too hot. You squeal and you take out your phone. One picture, Joe. You have to let me get that for you. I better not see that on Facebook. You're not on Facebook, silly, you say. Smile. You take my picture, and I give you the hat, and you dig in your bag for your credit card. Beck, I say, you don't need to buy me a hat I'm never going to wear. Seriously. Do you need a job? I know I don't need to buy it. You say I want to. It's Christmas, so I let you buy me the cap, and I say I'll only wear it on one condition. Anything, you say, and you have gorgeous tunnel vision. Tell me you'll take a job at the bookshop. Yes! You cheer and you throw your arms around me. I give you everything you want, everything you need, and you kiss my neck so softly, my lips tenderly. You murmur my name, Joe, and everyone walking by probably thinks we just got engaged. Later in the day, Ethan shows up for an interview. I don't have the heart to tell him that the job has been taken. He looks like a gerbil, and he's friendly as a puppy, and he'd be better off in an animal shelter than a bookstore. He talks a lot, and I check your email, and it's clear to me that you called Peach and told her about a shopping excursion and your new job. She writes, Becca-licious, I hope you're not beating yourself up after the Target rant. Remember, doing something trashy does not make you trashy. You're only human, little one. Just please be tender with him. Probably not the best idea to work together. Maybe better to work on campus? Anywho, be well, Peach. The email from Peach kills my Macy's buzz. What if you back out on me? What if we work together and we don't get along? What if you need to have hashtag girls night on your nights off and I never get to go shopping with you again? Ethan would never bail on me. He brought 3 copies of his resume. You seem awfully busy, Joe, he says, perky. If you want me to go, I can come back in a little while. My day's clear. I buy time. I don't know if I can deal with his energy. What are your 5 favorite books? He smiles like I just told him that Santa Claus is real, and I read your response to Peach. Oh, it was Macy's, not Target, so there's more respectable, I hope. And you're right, I know I shouldn't work at the bookstore. I'm so bad about boundaries. Why are you always so smart? Ethan's in the middle of his analysis of The Lord of the Rings when I interrupt him. I'm sorry, Ethan. Just give me another minute here. You don't have to be sorry, he sings. You're the boss. Everything is an exclamation point with this guy, which is why it's puzzling that his favorite book of all time is American Psycho. I love a good scare. Don't you, Joe? I prefer literary fiction. And he wags his tail, and I refresh your inbox and open Peach's response. I just care about you, Becca-licious. Remember, boundaries. Also, I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. I put your phone away and quietly thank your mother for footing the bill. Ethan is still talking about the gerbil in American Psycho. He gushes and giggles, and who the fuck is this guy? I just love books, he chirps. I could talk about books until the cows come home. That's the hardest thing about losing the job and the girlfriend. I miss talking. I love talking. Ethan is the loneliest, most depressing man I've ever met in my life, and at the same time, he's saving me. And he's perfect. Just what I need. You will not be into this guy, and next to him, I'm the man. I smile. So, Ethan, can you work weekends? Of course, he chirps, not entirely unlike a gerbil. I can work anytime. When we stand, I realize that he's almost a foot shorter than I am. He has dandruff, and he gushes with gratitude as I walk him to the door. You know, Joe, I always had this feeling that I wind up with a fun job like this. To be honest, majoring in finance was my dad's idea, not mine. Well, that's good, Ethan. This is good, I say, and he is the one with boundary issues. You go have a beer and celebrate. I don't really drink, but maybe I'll put a little rum in my diet, Dr. Pepper, he exclaims. And when I watch him walk down the street, I feel proud, like a teacher. I've done a good thing today. You write to Peach and wish her a happy holiday in the sun. You tell her you're probably going to stay in the city because it costs so much to get to Nantucket. And she responds, Sweetness, if you need a loan, you know I'm here. You write back no, adamantly, and Peach is leaving to meet her family in St. Bart's and rub organic sunblock all over her grotesque body and think about you. Maybe she'll find a native girl, fall in love, and let you be. I email you that you start tomorrow. And you respond right away. The right way. Yes, boss. Later that night, you call me to clarify your start date. When I tell you about Ethan, you're confused at first. I thought I got the job, you say. Well, it's the busiest time of the year, Beck. Does this mean I won't get as many hours? This means we might have a night off together once in a while. You get it, and you lower your voice. Are you sexually harassing me already? I don't laugh. Yes, miss, I am. I'm a genius, clearly. And Peach can fuck off because we keep talking, like boyfriend and girlfriend. I tell you more about Ethan and you laugh. He's like the anti-Blythe, you say. She crosses out exclamation points in everyone's stories. Literally. Damn, I say. I wonder what would happen if they were in the same room together. Oh my god, you say, and I can tell you just sat up. We have to do that. Beck, we have to set them up. This kid is so innocent, I say. I don't think I can unleash Blythe on him. Honestly, Joe, you say, Ethan might be just what Blythe needs, and vice versa. I mean, opposites attract, you know. Are we opposites? Well, we'll see, you say, and then we move on to talking about Indian food and music. And it's one of those conversations that just flows, the kind you can only have after a dressing room. When we finally hang up, I send you Ethan's contact information for Blythe. I write, Merry Christmas. You write back, it is indeed. Chapter 27. I love having you at the shop. Working with you has made me fall back in love with Mooney's place. We are an adorable couple and a good match, and you love it when anyone says so. There are no more dates. There's just us. You get here before your shift start and kiss me hello. Dull, pedestrian couples get a dog to practice raising a kid, but we have a shop full of books together. We share the load and laugh at the customers and playfully argue about what kind of music to play. And we're one of those 1950s couples. Very sexist because I'm in charge and you like it that way. You toy with me, bending the rules on a daily basis, and you lift to push my buttons. We laugh easily. I bring my Holden hat to work and put it on when you're not looking, and you burst out laughing when you see me. Oh my god, Joe, you have to let me take that away. I playfully fight you off. You can't take away my Holden Caulfield cap. You laugh. No, what I can't do is let you go out into the world wearing that thing. Clearly I was not thinking straight when I picked it out. I like the reference to our time in Young Sluts, and I let you grab my hat. I never even took the tag off, and you're pleased to find it there. Now I can get you something even better. And I can't believe how cheesy I feel, how upbeat. Sorry, I heard a weird sound. 1 second. I apologize, it sounded like someone came in the house, but nope. And I can't believe how cheesy I feel, how upbeat, but it feels like the world is on my side. It's downright happy in Mooney's place. Ethan and Blythe are actually going on dates, which is amazing. And I go to bed wondering what you're going to wear to work the next day, wondering when our chemistry will erupt into a marathon fuck session in your bed that I built. We are waiting to have sex because you say this is special. And it is. Every day is Christmas. And today you arrive in a slutty, gray, slouchy sweater that hangs off your shoulder and transforms your collarbone into a boner-inducing porno shot. You're chomping on baby carrots. I tell you to go home and change. You talk with your mouth full. You never said there's a dress code. It's implied. By what, you sass? Ethan's baggy sweatshirts? Calm down. I am calm, Joe. I'm just asking you to tell me about this dress code. Think of it like school. You wouldn't go to class in this. You toss the carrots on the counter. You cross your arms. I came from class. Just cover it up, I say, and I want to tell you this is why the guys in your class feel permitted to try and fuck you. Cover what up? You say, and now I want to bend you over and teach you a lesson. Your daddy issues are intense, Beck. Cover your collarbone. Well, why don't I put on your fleece? I let you try on my black fleece, and it drowns you. And I'd like to pick you up by the collarbone and bring you to the F through K section when you went your first time here, when you didn't even know what you were looking for, me. And I can do that because I'm the boss, and you want me to do that, and I want to do that, but I won't. I like how much you want it now, and it's going to stay that way, and I shake my head at you and motion for you to get out of the fleece. And you piss and moan, and your slutty sweater goes up along with the fleece when you pull it over your head, and some pervert in reference books is looking. And I reach over and yank at your sweater and pull it down. You startle and the radiator hisses, and the soundtrack of Hannah and her sisters delivers instrumental old love songs, and you brought me a coffee like a good girl and you hand me my fleece. I take it and sit down on the stool at the register, and you bat your eyelashes at me, and that perv is still looking, and I have to take care of him. When you come back, I say, raising my voice, you better be wearing a bra. You blush and try not to smile, and you slip into your pea coat and grab your bag of shit you dragged in here and you nod. What color? Can't be long before we fuck, and I shrug. You pick. Red? Fine. Black? Go, I say, and you go. And I look at the pervert and call him out. Good. Cold. Did you need help, sir? No, just looking. Well, if and when you do need help, I'm here, I say, and I turn off the Hannah and put on the Beastie Boys and wait for you to come back, which you will, because you love it here with me. And did I mention that this was the best idea ever? Your first shift, you were an arrogant disaster, and you fucked up every sale you made, and overcharged and undercharged, and wore your fucking brown university sweatshirt, as if you needed everyone to know that you're above this kind of shit. And I told you no sweatshirts. And you turn red because you know when you're being an asshole. The perv in references asks if we have a bathroom, and I tell him sharp, cutting no. He doesn't say goodbye when he leaves, and I take the opportunity to go downstairs and beat one out. Because working with you and waiting for you to get here so I can smell you and see you and be near you every day has me worked up like a fucking 8th grade kid with a slutty substitute teacher. My phone buzzes and you're fast and you have texted me. Knock knock. And there's a photo and it's you in a red bra. And you text again. Is this appropriate for the workplace? And I write back, no. In January is the deadest month in the world, and I could stay down here reviewing bras all day, and you know it. And you come right back, knock knock. I type, yes. And here it is again. You, no face, just your tits shoved into a pink lace bra, and your nipples are hard for me. And I can't take it anymore, and I finish, and you text me again. Question mark? And I refuse to give my dick to you in this way, and you're starting to figure that out. And you text another photo of yourself. No bra. And I give you what you want. I text, bad girl, come here, now. You text right back lightning fast. Yes, boss. No punctuation, just yes, the universal euphemism for fuck me now. And boss, the universal euphemism for I submit. And I clean myself up and bound up the stairs and find the Paula Fox I'm pretending to read every time you show up. And I take out the Beastie Boys and put on some Beck. It's a regular thing now. A joke we have. We are that couple with a secret vocabulary of songs and books and looks and meals. And by the time you get here, it's almost time to close, and I haven't even checked your email in days. That's how into me you are. And you slip out of your peacoat, and you're in a fucking lace, see-through tank top, and you smile at me. Is this appropriate? I close Paula Fox, and the Beck song Sex Laws starts to play, an ode to handcuffs and illogically great fucking. You and I will make our own fucking song, and I adjust so I'm facing you and the door is not locked and the sign says open, and the streets are emptying out, a Monday in January, and the Hannah was foreplay, and the texts were first base, and you move toward me slightly, and I spread my legs slightly, and you're standing on your peacoat and your fuck me boots, and I can't take it anymore and I break. You're late. We're about to close. Sorry, boss. When do we close, boss? Now. Uh-oh. Yeah, I say. And I'm a rock. And you're not wearing any panties under that skirt, you whore. And you tilt your little head and twirl your little hair, and it's amazing how the most generic shit in the world can be so hot. Half-naked girl in a bookstore, reaching for a Twizzler, chewing on it slowly, begging for it silently. Well, maybe there's something else I can do for you. You coo. And I shake my head no and motion for you to come here now. And you have the Twizzler hanging out of your mouth, and you put both of your hands on both of my knees and lean in and dangle the Twizzler at my mouth. I bite it. Finally. Chapter 28. I have just fucked you for the first time in our lives, and it was not good. And it did not go on forever, and you did not scream. Where was that Macy's heat when I was inside you? And who's to blame for our quick fuck? Was it because we aren't in a dressing room or in front of an open window? Or was it me? Was I too hungry? Too eager? Did I hold you too hard? Maybe I'm better at eating you out than I am at fucking you. And that's a horrible and unfair possibility. We've only done it once. Do I get to do it again? Do you want to do it again? You don't want to do it again. You aren't revving up as we recover on the floor of the cage. You're on top of me stroking my hair, and I can't see your face, but I can feel the disappointment in your hands and your touch, which is full of pity. The pads of your fingers go pat pat, and I can't let go of you, or you might back off of me, and I might have to face you, and I can't do that. I lasted maybe 8 seconds? 9? I'm running over it in my head, and I don't know how this happened. Maybe I jerked off too much. Maybe you teased me too much. Maybe I should have locked the door. No, you said. It's so hot with the door open and the open sign up, right? I should have been honest with you and told you that the lack of security would only make me nervous. But I didn't want to disappoint you, and I wanted to put your needs first. You wanted to go at it by the register, but I said no. Let's go downstairs. Really? You said, and you were lit up. You were, I'm sure of it. We got down here, my idea. I have the key, I am the boss. And I unlocked the cage and ordered you in there. And I locked it, and you smiled. And I told you to take your skirt off, and you obeyed. I'm the boss. And you weren't wearing any panties, and I told you to touch yourself, and you did. And I willed the other Beck to shut the fuck up. You wanted the music on, so I left it alone. I am the boss, and I'm allowed to please you on occasion. You stood holding the cage door with one hand and working at yourself slowly with the other, while I started getting undressed, and you watched me smiling 1 second, intent and ready the next. I told you to beg for it, and you begged me to come in there, and I took my pants off, and you saw how badly I wanted to come in there. And I told you to get down on your knees, and you did, and you reached for me. I'm the boss. I am allowed to please you on occasion. And I unlocked the cage and entered. You took me in your hands and in your mouth, and you kept looking up at me, and I knew it was time to fuck you, and let you know that it was time, and you leapt at me, an animal, and straddled me, and commanded me downward. I'm the boss, and I'm allowed to please you on occasion. And then I was inside of you and I came. I blew it. I came so fast and so hard, and you said nothing at first. And you didn't act like you wanted me to help you finish. You just went smack into gentle stroking my hair mode. The wrong kind of fucking touching. And you quietly told me, "Don't worry, Joe. I'm on the pill." And that was the moment I was most afraid of you and what you could do to me and not do to me. Because that was the moment I realized that you are the boss, not me. And you can please me on occasion if you want to. When we finally stood up, we were both hungry and dizzy, and there was an old man upstairs standing at the register, and he looked up at us, me all dressed, you in your bra, and he smiled. "You kids have a good night. I'll come back another time." There was something deathly unsexual and anticlimactic and flattening in his words, his old man eyes, and his pleasure at seeing us young and hot and alive. He had more fun in that moment than you and I had in our first fuck, and there was no getting around it. And I wasn't surprised when you said you should go check on Peach because she's been really depressed. I wasn't surprised that you didn't suggest we go to your bed and fuck again. But you didn't suggest. I was bad, and you are the boss. But this is what surprises me. A day later, you didn't even wait a whole day. You texted me, "Hey, Joe, I can't make it in today, sorry." And that exclamation point was the beginning of the end of us, and I made a mistake by writing back, "Okay." And then you made plans to go out with Lynn and Shayna instead of seeing me. You, "I miss you girls. I have an emergency session with Dr. Nikki, but want to get a late lunch or happy hour?" Shayna, "Who is this?" "Yes, fine." Lynn, I'm already in pajamas and housewives mode. Have one for me? So this was it, right? The true end. Because instead of seeing me, you were opting to see a mental health professional and a girlfriend to talk about me. And when a girl likes talking about you more than talking to you, well, in my experience, that's the end. So I was gonna fucking kill myself and everyone in the shop and take out the Eric Carmen CD and smash it into bits because I stopped believing in myself and our future. I wrote back to you, pathetic. Okay. It's a good thing you knew that I was close to losing my shit because not 5 seconds after I shut off the CD, sometimes silence is the best sound, and sat down on the stool and thought about castrating myself like the pervert little children. You wrote back again. But what are you doing tonight? And all was well in the universe because that smile was your gaping wet pussy that knew that I had more to give. And I was okay again. It was clear to me now that you were gonna choose shrink to talk about your problem, that you enjoy sex more when there's an audience. And you were gonna see Chaina because you've been busy with me and she's been away on vacation and you wanted to tell her all about the best head of your life at Macy's. That emoticon was your way of saying that we don't work together anymore. We fuck together. So I told you to be at my place at 7 and you wrote back, see you then. It was 7:12 when I realized that the candles were cursed. 5 little votive candles that I picked up at Pier 1 Imports because of some guy in the bookstore who stayed in my head for some reason. He seemed cool, like a guy I'd be friends with if I was on the market for friends. And he dumped a heavy bag on the counter so he could get out his credit card and he sighed. Fucking candles. Women and candles, right? Right, I said. And I didn't realize it, but an imprint was made then. And I would never have a woman over without candles lit because of some pussy-whipped husband buying Tom Clancy for himself and candles for his sex-withholding wife. What makes us become us? What fucks us up and why? I have no idea, but I know that at 7:12, I started to resent those candles and the little pathetic scented fires in each of them. The pizza was cold, and the wine I bought, I hate wine, was getting shittier by the second. You can't let wine breathe for that long, and I knew you weren't coming, and that it was a matter of time before you clicked out on me, and sure enough at 7:14 when I was sitting at the table I dragged home and up the stairs for this very moment when you texted, "Don't hate me, but I have to bail." And that smiley face is your body, closed, and your eyes averted, and your resignation from all things me, from all things us, and I don't need to read your email to know that I can't fully blame this on Peach because she's not the spazzing dick. That's me. And I put Twizzlers in a vase for you, Beck. I pick up the vase and throw it at the wall. At the tapestry I bought from an old lady down the street to cover the hole in the wall to make you feel more at ease in my place. The vase doesn't crack. It just bounces onto the couch, and I must be the limpest dick in the world. I can't even break a vase. And I lunge at the candles, but I don't want to set the place on fire. You were in this place, and still you fucked me. I cannot hold this place responsible, and I cannot blame the vase, or the Twizzlers, or the do not cross police tape on the shower curtains, and I lower my hand onto a candle, and the fire is hot, and my skin aches, and I'd set my dick on fire if I could, but we know that I'm a limp dick pussy. I don't have the balls to do that. The smell of burnt flesh overwhelms the cold pizza, and it's a good thing I didn't waste any money on flowers. Chapter 29. I'll tell you one thing about suicide, Beck. If I were going to off myself with a handgun or a noose or a permanent swim, which I'm not, now would be the time to do it. You have dismissed me, and it's been 5 hours and 11 days since you took your love away, and all of our songs sound bad because they will never see us standing from such great heights, and no, you will not still love me tomorrow because you never loved me at all. I'm not Bobby Short or the real Beck. And you don't want to defy the logic of all sex laws with me, and you're not in love again, and you do not love it. I made it inside of you, and you don't want me back. Nothing is fun anymore. Not even coming up with tweaked out Benji tweets. Coke, because I'll sleep when I'm dead. Hashtag Coca-Cola. Hashtag ha 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 ha. Excuse me, but can you stop with your phone and look at me? An uppity old broad squawks. I hit tweet and offer my assistance. The bitch barks. I said I don't need a bag. I brought my own. Good for you, I snap and crumple the paper bag and throw it in the trash just to let her know who's boss. And Ethan sighs and apologizes to her and pulls the bag out of the trash, and this is what my life has come. Me, Ethan, and a bunch of book-buying assholes. I spend day after day with Ethan, and getting to know him is no easy thing. Especially now that I don't get to tell you about him. You complained about the loud fan in the employee restroom and pushed me to replace it as anyone would. Ethan calls it a sound machine and claims it doesn't bother him. He's almost like a hermaphrodite, this kid. In a CK1 asexual cologne 1992 sort of way. Without asking, I can tell you that he knows all the words to Gonna Make You Sweat. And he'd be at home on a dance floor sidestepping, clapping, and counting. Out loud. He's aggressive in all the wrong ways, and he was born too late, and he looks tired at 41 from years of hunting for a color-blocked Rick D's narrated way of life. You can either feel bad for the guy or jump him and steal his wallet. He's a litmus test of a person, and half the customers meet his smile and the other half glare at him, and I tell him all the time that he should work in an old folks' home, and I mean it. He could DJ dance parties for people in wheelchairs on life support. People with crooked, chamomile-scented dicks and lazy, warped vaginas would spark to his total, complete, and tragically inherent want for a time long gone. Have a good one, ma'am. Ethan, you don't have to call everybody ma'am, I say. Some people you just wave or leave it at you're welcome. He won't listen, or learn, or bend, and I'm losing patience with him, with life, with humans. I have nothing left to carve and dream about anymore. I feel queasy when I look at him because he's so fucking nice that he doesn't mention you at all. He doesn't lord his relationship over me, and he says as little as possible about Blythe, which makes me like a pity case. All I have is a shitty memory of our quick sexual congress. Your 8 seconds as a monkey locked on my dick. Every day the hotness in Macy's seems cooler, and the sex memories are like all memories, doomed to tarnish and weaken with time. You told Shayna, I just got too deep, too fast. Again. They again hurt, and it's all perpetually downhill. My days begin with stale frosted flakes and newly ripped jeans I forgot to wash. Won't wash. You were on them. I ride the train to work and I don't care about the books because you're not touching them. I check your email ferociously. You go on with your life and you don't write to me. I pick at the scab on my burnt finger. I don't want it to heal, and I want this pain, and I tear at my finger that you liked so much that night in the horse-drawn carriage. My finger oozes pus and blood and pain like everything else in my life. If Ethan tells me one more fucking time that I ought to go to get my finger checked out and sue the maker of the coffee pot, I had to think fast. You can't tell the new kid on the register that you lit up your finger when you got dumped. Well, if Ethan doesn't shut his face, he's gonna get hit in the face, pus and all. And even though you only worked here a short while, you are a permanent marker on this place. And somehow it feels vicious that Ethan now stands in your place. He likes new things, crisp Gap merch. What a great sale, he exclaims, as if I want to know the story of how he got his discount denim. And his button-down shirts. On Tuesdays, everything in the clearance section of the Gap is an additional 40% off, he informs me, as if to mark my calendar, as if asked. And every day, he's in a good fucking mood. and clean-shaven and tragically, pathetically hopeful that more good things are going to happen for him. Having Blythe has made him feel like a winner, and he plays the lottery now. Hey, Joe, maybe we can go in on a ticket together, you know, like you read about in the paper, those guys that work together and win together. Every day he raves about his coffee, as if this is something that needs to be pointed out, that coffee tastes like coffee. And when it's January, the most universally reviled month of the year, and it's sleeting, and the sky looks like acid-washed jeans, and the store has to be mopped 3 times a day because of slobs in their boots and slobs with their umbrellas. And he's got to fucking sing out, "Don't you love a gray day?" And when the sun does shine to mock us because it's 32 degrees, he's got to sing out again, "Nothing like a winter sun, am I right?" And the worst part is that he won't hate me back. I can ignore him and bark at him, and he's my dog, smiling every time I walk into the shop. He'd never kill himself either, even if he missed a 75% off sale at the Gap. He's too mild. One day when he first started, he showed up with a bag from Bed Bath & Beyond. When he went to take a shit, he eats too much bran, worries about his colon. I peeked in the bag. Do you know what was in there? I'll tell you what was in there. A collapsible tray table. Is there any sadder purchase in this fucking world? Maybe a CD of C plus C Music Factory's greatest hits, but that's about it. And I remember thinking, Ethan is gonna go home from the shop and make fiber for dinner and put the dinner on his new tray and watch network sitcoms and think about how funny The Big Bang Theory is. He will literally lick the plate clean and fold his tray table and put it in the place where he'll put every night for the rest of his painfully lonely, fibrous, organized life. But then he got Blythe. And I know they're together. I'm not an idiot. And now it feels like I'm the one with the fucking collapsible table and the world is upside down. You should be here, telling me what Blythe says about him in her stories. I need you. I need levity. I hate Ethan. I hate him for having Blythe. When we broke up, they should have broken up. And I try to be normal. I ask him what's up with them, but he feeds me bullshit. We don't want to rush into anything, and we both value our independence, so we're taking it nice and slow, you know? No, I don't know. Because I don't value my independence. I value your pussy. If I were in his Reeboks, divorced, coupon hoarding, slow, I would have put a bullet in my head. These are the darkest days in the history of the world, and I am losing it. And as if that's not enough, he's trying to learn Spanish from listening to Enrique Iglesias songs, and he asks if he can put some on right now. Sure, I say. I don't care anymore. I'm so dead that I'm deaf. I don't have to listen to it right now, he panders. Want me to play something else? I have a ton of playlists on here. I have club music and rock music and jazz music. Ethan, it's not jazz music. It's just jazz. Joe, you know so much about everything, he says, and he always finds a reason to smile. If I gave him a bloody nose, he'd find a reason to thank me. I feel like I'm learning more every day. I go downstairs and lock the door and check your email. There's a lot of junk about school. Some financial bickering with your parents. Your dad is helping you a little. And you're pity partying with Lynn and Shayna about the Januaries. You're trying to keep busy, buying all kinds of shit online, putting it on daddy's credit card, then promising daddy to return it. There's no way around it anymore. You are gone. Shopping. And I peel the new skin off my burn and watch the pus ooze. I'm not healing. I refuse to get over you. Then you write to Shayna. I'm so sorry, but I'm not going to be able to go to that show with you next week. It's just, well, I miss Joe. If I had a folding TV dinner tray, I would hurl it at the window and pound my chest like a barbarian, like a thick-dicked alpha gorilla. Yes! You miss me! It's true, you do! The countdown to the apocalypse is cancelled, and you miss me, and I blow on my finger, and I love life, and C plus C Music Factory. Maybe Ethan really will learn Spanish, and I read on. I don't know if it's him per se or what we had, but I keep thinking about him, and I keep almost calling him, and I'm going to call if I don't get out of here. So I'm going to go to Peach's place in Little Compton and just kind of decompress. And now I'm pacing because you love me so much you have to leave New York. It's official. You're obsessed. And you go on. So again, so sorry to bail, but Peach says you are welcome to join if you want. Tina's response is epic, and I love her and I love the world. She is succinct. Question mark? Okay. Beck. You miss Joe, so you're running off to a deserted beach house in the dead of winter with Peach? I need space. Chino. Well, no offense, but I don't think of a peach pit as space. See you when you're back. You miss me, and you miss me, and there's an email from Peach. Beckalicious, you rule. I know you were on the verge of calling Joseph last night, and I'm so proud of you for not caving. You are so talented, and you're in school. Of course, that has to come first. And Joseph, above anyone, would want you to do what's best for you. Don't be so hard on yourself, B. Anywho, we're gonna have a blast in LC. Oh, before I forget, it turns out that most of the bedrooms are mid-renovation. I hate to do this, but can you actually not invite C and L? Thanks. Bedrooms are under construction, but there's always room for one more. It's vacation time, and before you can vacate, you need to prepare. Everyone knows that. I bolt up the stairs and tell Ethan I'm going to the Gap. Don't even look at anything in the front, he advises. Plow right on through to the back. You're a good man, Ethan, I say, and I mean it. You'll be speaking Spanish in no time. Thanks, Joe. Or should I say, gracias? And remember, it's Tuesday. I know, I say. All clearance items are 40% off. You know it, Joe. And I do. I can't wait to get new things. I like old things, but you like new things, and maybe there's something to be said for new things. You miss me, and that's new. And that's good. Okay, folks, my dad's home. I'm going to take a break and feed him. Give my waist a break, too. And then come back and keep going for a bit more. I'm starting to lose it, but I'm not losing it quite so much. I've been chugging honey, so I think I might be able to keep going for a little bit longer. But I'm going to go feed him really fast, so I'll be back in a jiffy. BRB.
maybe we'll see each other again. I mean, it's gonna rain again someday.
Okay, we are back. Hopefully my voice rested up enough to go on for at least another half hour or so. I'll definitely try. I'll do my best. I got the honey next to me. Chapter 30. I'm back at the shop surrounded by newness. And maybe I'm more like you than I know because the new things are exciting, Beck. New bandages, clean. New hat, whoa, new haircut, short, in a new attitude, psyched. I let Ethan go home early, and he said he was happy to see me in such high spirits. It's only a matter of time before you reach out to me. You miss me. And I check your email again because the news has been so good. Chaina's laying into you about your LC tweet. Chaina. LC? Beck, the only way you could sound like more of an asshole is if by LC you mean Lauren Conrad. You can't call it LC if you've never been there, which you haven't, right? You. Okay, you're right. LC was a lame tweet. I just feel kind of off since Joe. Sorry. Chaina. If you feel off, then you should be a grown-up and call him up and see him again. Running away with Princess Peach is literally the worst thing to do. You. I know. It's like in Sex and the City when Carrie's in Paris with the Russian and she says she can't help but wonder what it would be like if she was there with Mr. Big. Chaina. Except that's bullshit TV show where they have to drag things out. This is real life. Stop being such a drama queen and call him up. Who knows? Maybe he'll even go to Rhode Island for a night. Oh, Beck, I'm gonna be there every night. This is it. Our new beginning. You're right back. That actually sounds kind of nice. Chaina. Then do it. Invite him. Fuck Peach. You can pretend he hunted you down all romantic and shit. You. Maybe. Imagine if I just text him the address and say, come, LOL. And I check my phone for a text from you. Nothing. But it's official. You want me, and it's official. I want you. I can't sit around here and wait. I have to man up, and I do. First things first, I find Peach's family address online through a combination of an old article in Architectural Digest and Google Maps. Now I call Mr. Mooney and ask if it's okay to go on a road trip and close up for a few days. Joe, you're the boss over there now. And you know how I feel about January. It's a waste. Take a vacation. You earned it. And I have. All the while, you've been emailing with Chaina and Lynn, who is also on Team Joe, naturally. Lynn, so why don't you run away with him instead of Peach? You, please don't hate on Peach. She's going through a rough time. Shayna. Her whole life is a rough time. Ugh, next. Lynn. You know, everything in that part of Rhode Island is closed, Beck. You. Guys, please. It's just a weekend. It's not a big deal. Shayna. Tell her thanks for inviting me and Lynn. Whatever. You. Shayna, she did invite you. She asked me to invite you. Lynn. That's not the same thing as a personal invitation. You. Guys, she's depressed. You know she has a stalker, right? Lynn. LOL. Shayna. How much is she paying him? Lynn. LOL. You. Guys, she means well. Shayna. Of course she does. Lynn. Hashtag well done, Shayna. I love your friends for being on my side. It means a lot to me, and one day at our wedding, I'll thank them for it. I would like to say the same for Peach, but she's not on Team Joe. She's on Team Beck, and she doesn't understand that Team Beck and Team Joe are the same team. You've also been yapping with her. Peach. Almost forgot. You will die over our library. Tons of first editions, Beck. Spalding was a friend of the family. We have tons signed. So much amazing stuff. Real rare editions that you can't get anywhere. I mean, I have a sign to The Lighthouse. Virginia Woolf, well, it's a long story, but I saved for this weekend over a bottle of Pinot. You. You know who would love that? Of course you know who would love that. Peach. I know, sweetie. I also promised that getting out of the city will be the best distraction. You. Yeah, I hope so. I tossed your phone into the plastic Gap shopping bag. It's time to stop reading your email and start getting ready to see you. I can't wait until you break down and write to me. And I know you will. You'll be all alone in your bedroom in the beach house thinking about how much better it would be with me. You'll text me and I'll get there and you'll let me in and we'll sneak upstairs and have beach house sex. I am calm now that I know our fate. All I have to do is get to Little Compton and await your call. I'll lock the basement doors and turn off the lights and try to remember where I parked Mr. Mooney's car and wonder if I should take 95 the whole way. Murphy's Law exists for a reason, so the front door opens and a few latecomers shuffle inside. I call out in my friendliest tone. I hate to do this, but we're closing. I know the sounds of the shop and I have a bad feeling. I know what it sounds like when someone locks the front door. And I know what it sounds like when the open sign flips to closed. My machete's in the basement and I am upstairs and I hear them charging at me, whoever they are. There are 3 of them, faceless dudes in Barack Obama masks. 2 big, 1 smaller. The smaller one wields a crowbar and there's no time to hide in the vestibule of the basement. When you can't win, you lose and they all come at me at once. They attack. I take it like a man and they pound me like I'm a motherfucker. Like I literally fucked their mothers. My face is mashed in blood and saliva and it's possible that my right eye is no longer functioning. Finally, the attack ends and I'm not a man right now, just a collection of pulsing wounds. I open the eye that still works. The smallest Obama swipes my new Gap hat off the counter and pumps his fist. And. Holy fuck. I recognize those sneakers because I've asked Curtis to keep his dirty feet off the counter at least 100 times. So this is him. His revenge. Curtis and the other Obamas scramble for the door and I remain on the ground, throbbing. I will not feel sorry for myself. I did have this coming. There are things I have done, bold things. I remember Benji's red badge of courage. Of course, at some point I would have to suffer. You miss me, and I'm about to have you, at last. And this is the turning point in my life, so of course there is a time for atonement. I bleed, and I swell. My left eye flutters, and I have atoned, and the close sign is accurate. There is closure. Finally, I'm free. Chapter 31. It's a long, cold drive to Little Compton. The heat in Mooney's Buick is still broken. My wool hat is gone, so I'm wearing Benji's Fagawi hat. Or rather, the hat Benji stole from Spencer Hewitt. But it's canvas, not wool. At times like this, it would be nice to be rich, to have a new wool hat and a brand new SUV, and I wonder what I was thinking, leaving the keycard to Benji's stolen goods in the locker. All that bounty is gonna rot until some scavenger buys the locker on a reality show. My tendency is always to sink, and this is why I need music. But I forgot my music because I have other things in my mind, like the fact that I might be fucking blind in one eye over someone as commonplace as Curtis. I'd sooner have my left nut chopped off in honor of exclamation point Ethan. I'm stuck with the radio, and there's nothing but Taylor Swift on every fucking station. She's like a famous version of you, Beck. Dates too much, falls too hard, fucks too fast, flees too hard. And I keep switching stations, but apparently Taylor Swift owns a mansion not far from LC. Nowhere far from anywhere in a state this small. And she may as well be the queen and the mayor and the princess of Rhode Island because they play her on the rock stations. You know, I'd like to see the Foo Fighters cover some of Miss Swift's early stuff, or maybe Arcade Fire. And they play it on the country stations. Let's check out the latest single from Rhode Island's newest treasure. Y'all know who that is, right? And they play it on the pop stations. We're never too old to feel 22, Rhode Island. Well, fuck you, Taylor Swift, because I never felt further away from 22 in my entire adult life. And why haven't they invented a solvent to stop highways from freezing? I'm skidding all over the fucking place. I stopped for gas and checked your Twitter. You just tweeted from Mystic, Connecticut. Because you're a girl, you included a photo of Mystic Pizza. Limo ride to Mystic from Mystic Pizza on the way to Little C. For winter college retreat? Hashtag done and done. Hashtag pepperoni. Hashtag better than sex. Hashtag beach house. My associations with Mystic, Connecticut have nothing to do with the fucking Julia Roberts movie. Mystic is a bad place for me. I went there once with my 4th grade class on a field trip. At the time, I had a crush on a gruff, odd misfit named Maureen Grady. Mo, for short. Most kids are assholes, just like most adults, so yes, a lot of people called her Ho Mo. We were with our class touring the deck of a tall ship, and it was boring, so Mo and I ditched the tour and broke into the off-limits hull. In the dark, Mo told me she was going to steal my virginity. I tried to run, and she pinned me down. I punched her, escaped, and told the teachers. Mo told a story too, and she was good at crying. Who do you think got sent to the fucking psychologist? To the dean's office? To the counselor with a fucking show me who touched you where doll? Not Mo Grady. But I don't dwell on the past. Mo's the fuck up now. A twice divorced paralegal with a profile on OkCupid and a Pomeranian named Gosling. Obviously, she'll be alone forever. I prefer to live in the moment, which is why I erase all thoughts of Mo and log on to Benji's Twitter and tweet, "There's nothing sweeter than towny pussy. Hashtag winter in Nantucket." You officially unfollow Benji, and you send him a direct message. You are dead to me. Dead. I smile. I pat myself on the back because Benji is off in heaven now and I'm dealing with a busted defroster and wet, icy snow. Living is harder than dying, Beck, and I'd give anything to eat pizza with you. I wash my hands in the bathroom at the gas station, and my face is hard to look at right now. Fucking Curtis and his goons marked me. There is a large Halloweenish gash on my forehead and another one on my cheek. I splash cold water and I go on, just like Celine Dion's heart did back in Bridgeport. I make relatively good time to Little Compton, considering the snow in my face. My vision is blurry, and I try to watch the road with my left eye. The snow is still going when I reach the outskirts of town. I'm nervous. I don't do well in seaside havens with ice cream parlors and boat people, and I have to slow down. These bald tires can't handle the snow, and the Buick sounds like Sloth from the Goonies. The road is stronger than the Buick, and the shops are all closed, and the lights are out for the season. It's as if the entire population of Little Compton is holed up in Tay-Tay's mansion. But the animals are still on the loose, and by the time I notice the deer that's bolting across the road and slam on the brakes, it's too late. The Buick moans and rams the deer, and we are one now, flesh and steel. A tornado car wreck spiraling across the road, into the trees, and through the trees. I lose time. I lose my equilibrium and I close my eyes and the smell of burnt rubber and flesh overtakes me. Everything. And then... nothing. When I wake up, there's only silence. The pain, the branches in my lap blocking my view. But miracles abound in the Buick. I am alive. My Figawi hat is on my head, and my phone is intact. I was only out for 20 minutes. Wow, I say, because it has to be said. All I see are glass chips and bark and leaves. It's as if a tree ate the Buick, and for a second I fear there's no escape. I bleed into my warm clothes, but that is nothing new. I'm blessed, again, because nothing in this car is electric. I can unlock the dented door and fight my way out of this gloriously analog American-made beast. I fall into the red snow. Dear blood, my blood, yet I'm alive. I check my email. You haven't tried me yet, but you will. I go to Google Maps and we really are destined, Beck. I'm destined to be with you, because my phone confirms that I am 234 feet due west of Peach Salinger's home at 43 Plovers Way. But it's a hard climb back up to the street. Something bad happened to every part of my body when I hit that deer. I lift my right foot, and my left leg hums. I shift my weight to my right foot, but then my right ribcage bites. I fall into the snow, and I just let the coolness into my clothing. Patience, Jose, I say. Patience. I crawl forward a few feet and notice two signs partially obscured. One is a simple stop sign, universally understood. The other is Prissier, on a whiteboard. Huckins Neck Beach Club, Inc. No trespassing. Members only. Keep off rocks. No jumping or diving. No lifeguards on duty. Swim at own risk. Give me a sec. I'm gonna grab some Tylenol. Okay. Nature is on my side because these rules don't apply in winter. A tiny security booth adjacent to the sign is very clearly closed for winter. All right, I say, and I go on, stronger than Celine Dion's heart. Like a soldier easing out of a foxhole, I stay low to the ground. My arms are not as fucked up as my legs in my midsection. I'm fully sweating, with teeth chattering, and my right eye is a useless blob, but my left eye is unscathed, functioning. But I must be there, and I recalculate the distance on my phone. I am 224 feet away. Are you kidding me? I say out loud. I've only gone 10 fucking feet? My mouth is dry, and I stuff it with snow. At this rate, I will get to you next summer. I close my eyes. I can do anything. I can do anything. And you miss me. And the hardest part will be this walk, and you could call it any moment. You could. I dig my hands into the snowy dirt and I get some traction. I have to do a cheater's push-up for my knees, and I wince and I sting, but I do it. Beck, I'm up. And I find a limp that works for me, a zombie sidestep, like I'm missing a conjoined twin. I check my phone, and the blue dot is on top of the red dot. I am here. 3 more steps and I reach the driveway, and wow, this is not a cottage, Beck. This is a mansion from a storybook about an evil seaside queen who takes all the township's money and builds an unnecessarily long driveway, ensconced in shrubbery, and emptying like a river into a fuck you world 4-car garage. The house is 2 stories, 3 if you count the widow's walk. The front yard is a clean, sparkling carpet of new white snow, and the lights flicker from inside while stars hover above, hoping to get inside. If Thomas Kincaid, painter of light, crossed brushstrokes with Edward Hopper, it would look a lot like this. And the quiet! I expected to hear the sea, but the ocean sleeps too, and I can hear snowflakes melting, branches tweaking. Am I always this loud? My breathing is too raspy, and what if you can hear inside that cottage? I step backward instinctively. I hear a drop of my blood plop into the weak new snow. I can't leave tracks. Peach will think her stalker is back and call in the National Guard. I don't want to scare you, so I head east to case the house next door. We're in luck, Beck. The neighbors don't share the Salinger family's passion for landscaping. This property is lush, overgrown with trees, and the snow isn't a clean sheet for me to disturb. This is a quiet most people will die never knowing. And then a shriek. Peach yells, "Beck!" I duck, but I can tell by her screaming that you're heeding the call, running to the west wing of the cottage. This is my chance, and I bolt to the east-facing wall and allow myself to look inside the great room. That's what rich people call living rooms. It's huge! A giant nautical blue sectional winds like a fat, loving snake. The coffee table is repurposed lobster traps welded together and topped with glass, and it's aglow thanks to the flames crackling in the fireplace. When I hear you laugh, I am at last sure that I'm not dead. Smoke sails out of the chimney, and no wonder Taylor Swift bought a house here. I can hear the Elton John, Peach really is on vacation, replacing her morose, vaguely suicidal running ballad with a slightly cheekier self-indulgence of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Oh, and I can smell the marijuana. I crouch as you breeze into the room. The seaside suits you, and God, do I miss you. You stand before the fireplace with your legs apart as if you're about to be patted down. You are lit as the fire, alive, in black leggings and that gray sweater you wore to work the day we had sex. When you bend slightly to warm your hands over the fire, I have an uncontrollable urge to jump through the window and enter you. But Peach plods into the room and ruins the scene and offers you a glass of wine, typical, and you sip it and she goes back into the kitchen. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a roofie in there. You miss me, and I miss you. It hurts seeing you at that fire, giving your hands to the heat the way I gave my hand to fire, only different. I imagine pushing you into the red abyss and jumping in after you, with you, so we can burn together forever. A tree of life, light, sex. And of course, Peach plods into the living room again and tells you dinner will be ready in an hour. She wants to play gin rummy. Is she 85 years old? And you obey your hostess and join her on the giant sectional sofa. My hands are numb, and yet aching, and it's too cold to stay here. I'm not an animal, and what is my plan? I realize that I drove here with dreams, not plans. My dream? You text me. I pretend I'm in New York and wait 3 hours. Then I drive down Peach's driveway. You run outside before I even have the car in park. You bounce. Joy. You offer me dinner, steaks and potatoes, and then we go at it all night in one of the unrenovated bedrooms. I don't have a plan or a backup plan, and I didn't think things through. You're a good friend, polite and loving. Of course you need your time with Peach. And I'm a serious mess, pained and bleeding. My car is in the trees, and I'm not strong enough to walk back to town and break into a B&B. I crouch and make my way back to the neighboring property. The front door is locked. Go figure. And the world is lit by moonlight on snow, God bless. So I make it around back without falling and causing a ruckus. There's a boathouse. Go figure. And the door is unlocked, God bless. I sneak inside and wrap myself up in a tarp. My wounds come back to life in the warmth as if there are invisible dogs biting me, gnashing. I hurt but rise. You miss me, and that thought lifts me above my pain. I settle into the far left corner where the wind can't nip me with such force. A cop shines a flashlight in my face. I see his gun, and I don't need a mirror to know that I look like and smell like a zombie. The cop is jacked with a thundering baritone. State your name. I coughed up blood before I get my last name out. The cop pockets his piece. Progress. I sit up. Progress. He is the most American man that America ever made. Dark-skinned in a white town with white snow. He scans my Fagawi hat that he holds in his hands as if there's a barcode in the Mount Gay rum logo. It must have fallen off while I was sleeping. He smiles. You raced in Fagawi, Spencer? Couple of times, I answer, and now I know why Stephen King can't stop writing about New England. I'm bleeding. A deer is dead. I'm squatting. My car is steaming in the woods, and this motherfucker wants to talk about sailing. He hands me my hat. Are you a friend of the Salingers? I noticed some activity here. Did you get lost? I will die if he says the name Salinger again, and I shake my head. No, I'm lost. Where are you trying to go? The questions unnerve me, and the stress intensifies my pain. Everything is wrong, and my ribs twinge. I wince. The cop is concerned, yes, and he offers a hand. Thank you, RIPD. I take it, and I hold on. Officer, in all honesty, I don't even know where I am. My GPS crapped out a while back. I got lost. I'm a wreck. So that is your Buick in the woods? Yeah, I say. Fuck. Spencer, did you have anything to drink tonight? I'm about to ask why he's calling me Spencer, but I remember the name sewn into the hat. Spencer Hewitt. Relief. No, sir. Did you have anything to smoke? No, I say, but you might want to ask the deer that rams me out of nowhere. He smiles and I wince. He radios the station about ER wait times and we have to get out of here now. You're close, mere footsteps away. For all I know, you're already awake, grabbing sleep out of your eyes, soothing paranoid Peach. What if she saw the cop car? What if the cop uses lights? What if he called for backup? What if you're out there right now giving a statement to the police? I vomit all over the tarp. Let it out, Spence. He has a comforting way. We'll get you an ambulance soon. But ambulances are bright and loud. I have to be strong for your sake, and I manage to get up. Not necessary, officer. Fine, he says, but I'm taking you to the hospital. I'll go anywhere to get away from you. And he helps me hobble outside and toward the car. The trees obscure the view of Peach's house, so even if you were standing at the great room window, you couldn't see me. Officer Nico, cool name, didn't leave his lights on. Cool dude. And his cop car is a hybrid, only an LC, and we are driving. Relief. Nico is a good man, friendly, distracts me with tales of his football days at URI. He loves it out here. He's from Hartford, and he comes to life regaling me with stories about nutjobs who come up this way hoping to get a look at Taylor Swift. As if she's gonna go out with some stalker, right? Right, I say. Try and get a little shut-eye, he says. We've got a bit of a drive. I admit that it's nice to have someone take care of me. Someone who wants me to get enough sleep. I can relax in here. The door's locked, the heat on, the partition's solid. Soon I am out, cold, dreaming of you in an old, billowy Dickensian dress. You. Charlton Memorial Hospital is in Fall River, Massachusetts, only 20 miles away. But 20 miles may as well be 20 light years because this place is depraved, loud, and smelly. The anti-LC. When Nico opens the car door, a wall of cigarette smoke consumes me. A dozen degenerate junkies hang around trying to score oxy. I'm tempted to ask Officer Nico why he didn't take me to the hospital where the summer people go, but what's the point? We're here. The guy ahead of us has a bloody knife protruding from his back pocket, and he's trying to tell the nurse he had an accident with the car door. A fourth grader would know that he was lying, yet he begs, "Just one oxy will do, Sue." But Sue is tough. Get a coffee, go to a meeting, and fuck off. I'm no junkie lowlife, and Nico has pull, so we're ushered into our room right away. It turns out Nico used to work in this town, but he left because it's been chewed up, swallowed, and spit out by heroin and oxycodone. He shakes his head, and I must be glaring at the desperados in the waiting room because Sue grins at me. What's the matter, kid? She sneers. Too much glamour for ya? She cackles, and her accent is so thick that I feel bad for the words coming out of her mouth. Nico chuckles. Kid's not from around here. Sue doesn't laugh anymore. No shit, Sherlock. You got a license I could get to the gals up front? No, I lie. I got mugged. In the parking lot? In Manhattan, I answer in my most Whit Stillman-esque voice. Sue rolls her eyes, and I'm relieved when the doctor pulls the curtain across, then back again. Exits Sue, and my physician extends a hand. I'm Dr. Kazikarnowski. You can call me Dr. K. I nod, bobbing my head like a guy who sailed in Fagavi would do. Excellent, I reply. I'm Spencer. Dr. K prods my wounds and asks me who did this to me. Well, I begin. It's been a wild 24 hours. I got jumped in Manhattan. I was leaving Lincoln Center and walking, and the next thing you know, bam. I'd forgotten Nico was here, and then he asks, who was playing at Lincoln Center? I shrug. We were just passing through, I say, and I wince to remind everyone that I'm impatient. Anyhow, then I left the city and I hit that storm. I had an accident, a deer, and, well, here we are. That's one old Buick you got, says Nico. What year is it? I wince and signal that I need a minute to recover. Fortunately, Nico and Dr. K fall into conversation about old cars, about the warm front moving in. Gonna be like Indian summer, according to Sue, who's in and out. And they do all this instead of asking what an uppity sailor like me is doing in an ancient brown beast. Dr. K tears off his gloves and tosses them in the trash. He says my ribs aren't cracked and my body wounds will heal, but my face is another story. Have you ever had stitches? He wants to know. I shake my head no. A pregnant nurse with heavy eye makeup shuffles in with 2 coffees and 2 danishes. I can't believe my good fortune. I'm starving. Helen, you didn't have to do that, says Officer Nico as he takes the loot. Please, she says. I know you don't got someone at home cooking for you. A man your size needs to eat. So do I. But Nico chews and swallows my Danish, and the doctor holds a syringe and tells me to close my eyes. This will hurt, he says. And when Jude Law said that to Natalie Portman in Closer, he wasn't kidding. And you aren't here to hold my hand. The shot in my forehead doesn't just hurt, it kills. Nico pats me on the back. Breathe, Spence, you got this. The doctor jabs me again, this time on my cheek. I'm told to stay put and wait for the anesthetic to kick in. The pregnant nurse dilly-dallies, hot for Nico. So Nico, how you doing over in Snooty Town? Good enough, he laughs. You? Better if I had a nice tall strapping cup of hot chocolate to keep me warm at night, right, Nico? Nico's amused and the pregnant nurse shakes her ass as she leaves. Say the word, hot stuff. Suddenly, I like it here. The way people are so blunt about what they want. Oxy, Nico's dick, coffee. And I want to be a part of things, so I whisper to Nico. You think they got any more Danishes hanging around? Instead of answering me, he pulls the curtain out, creating privacy. He takes out a notepad, and I wish the medicine could numb my brain. I don't like that notepad or that pen, and it begins. I know you don't have your ID, but you want to give me your address? I make something up and hope we're done, but we're just getting started. Nico wants to know about me. He saw the car. He saw my blood on the street. That's how he found me. And I pray the snow is melting. I pray that you and Peach stay inside. I don't want you to see my blood. And what you were looking for? Nico asks. Did you think those people were home? I was so out of it, I don't know. You made a beeline for that house, Spencer. Why didn't you try the gas station up the street? I didn't see it, I say, and why is he attacking me? But did you really think somebody would be home? I don't know. I don't want to do this. I want a Danish. Do you know anyone in LC, Spencer? I didn't even know I was in LC, I say, and it's time to up my game. I know how to work a cop. I'm gonna say what I said when I got pinned for stealing candy when I was little punk. I swallow and my lower lip trembles. I can act, and I can stammer. Look, I don't want to get into it. It's got nothing to do with anything, but my mom died. She just died. He pops his pen and closes a notepad. Spencer, I'm sorry. I had no idea. It's easy to cry because I miss you and I still don't know how to get back to you. And you still haven't called me to tell me you miss me. Nico gets me a Danish and I swallow it. When the doctor comes back and sews me up, I don't feel a thing. 30 minutes later, Nico and I are back in the lot and he wants to drive me to the train station. The scene out here has escalated. There's a full-on tailgating party for junkies, talking about which emergency facilities are loose with their oxy. A guy in a tattered North Face jacket tries to break into a Mazda with a crowbar. Nico bellows, "Hey, Teddy! A little respect!" Teddy salutes Officer Nico and I accept my fate. Are you sure you don't mind? One moment. Let me help my dog. Hello, Dafa. Welcome in. No, he says. But wait, how are you going to pay for the train? Good question, officer. I pat my lower leg. Emergency credit card stash. That's good thinking, Spence. Always be prepared. I bob my head. Always. Nico assures me that Leroy will tow my Buick and get her back up and running. And he won't upcharge you either. You're the best, Officer Nico, and I shake his hand, firm. He drops me off at the train station, which is almost as bad as the hospital. He helps me out of his ride, and the loitering junkies scatter like roaches. I go into the station and sit. When he's gone, I walk outside. I unzip my interior jacket pocket and pull out my wallet. I can't believe they all believe my bullshit about my wallet being stolen. But then, I take another look at the poor doomed souls. Of course they believed me. Look what they're up against. I walk outside and hail a cab. LC, please. Yeah, I'm simulcasting on Twitch and YouTube. The driver huffs and sneers at my Figawi hat. You mean Little Compton? New England. All of the bitterness, most of the boating, none of the bullshit. Chapter 32. I wake up in a different boathouse, a good half-mile down the beach from Peach's home. Nico and Sue and the doctor were right about the warm front. We're in a new world now, and that storm feels like it must have been a mirage, an aberration. It really is like summer. It's amazing how good 50 and sunny feels after you've been bleeding in 12 with the wind chill of go fuck yourself. And then, even more important, nobody found me this time. I think Mother Nature is atoning for my accident, and I walk out of the boathouse, and what a relief to not be hit with icy wind. I hunker down in the tall grass in the dunes. You and Peach are just dots on the horizon. You're both stretching. You'll go running, because you're a good house guest. My phone is dead, which is a problem, because if you wrote to me in the middle of the night begging for me to come, I wouldn't even know. I watch you girls take off down the sand, and I run through the dunes so I can duck just in case. When I get to Peach's house, the cut on my face is throbbing again. Fucking Curtis. But the back door is open, as I hoped. You're not afraid here, which is good news for me. I'm pushing myself a bit, Dafa. My longest reading has been about 3 hours. And I'm losing my voice, but I'm just going to keep going until I actually lose my voice. Everything in the Salinger house is nice, and everything in my family's home back in the day was scuzzy. And this isn't even the house they live in. This is an extra. There's a whole drawer full of iPhone chargers, and I plug in my phone. I make a cup of coffee in the Keurig, and I promptly burn my tongue. I've tracked wet sludge all over the floor, and ain't that the way? It's like the house knows I'm working class and wants me to pick up a fucking mop. I use a dish rag because of course they don't have paper towels. I'm sure they're saving the world. I get down and scrub, and I hate Peach. She's dominant and clingy. She was rude to disinvite Lynn and Shayna. I unplug my phone, 10% charged, but still no text from you. I pocket the charger and go upstairs and find that all 6 bedrooms are in mint, clean, guest-ready condition. Peach is a seriously pathological sicko, and I'm nothing like Peach. I always give you space. Elton John hisses low everywhere because of the state-of-the-art sound system, and I can picture Peach pleading with him in a court of fandom. She begs to be his #1 fan, but Sir Elton slams the gavel and sends a collection officer to seize all his music from that prissy cunt, and she has to go work as a greeter at Walmart. But I have to say, the bedding is fucking rockstar. You slept in here last night, and it smells like you, and I pick up the leggings you tossed on the floor and take in your scent. My face has calmed down in the warmth, thank God. And I wrap your leggings around my neck tight, and I'm hard for you, and I come easily with you wrapped around me, tight. There are only 70,000 Ralph Lauren towels up in this joint, so surely the Salingers won't miss the one I used to clean up. And my coffee is still hot, and I kick back because it's comforting in here, and I deserve this. I rummage around in your duffel bag and line up your panties and bras, and I have lost myself in you, and now I am in trouble. You and Peach are back in the house, downstairs in the kitchen, kicking off your sneakers, laughing or crying, I can't tell. I can't go down the back stairs and flee because the floorboards creak under my feet. I hear your voice, and I hate old houses. Their big brother watching, and a guy can't move a muscle without being found out. I take 4 giant steps into the hallway, coffee still in hand, and tiptoe as softly as possible into the master bedroom that's almost directly above the kitchen. I crouch in the cedar closet just in case, and once again, I am closeted while you and Peach are free. I am sure that you are crying, not laughing, and I have to take a leak, and there's no choice. I piss in the mug. Peach must be hugging you because I hear her kicking the wall in the mudroom, an architectural staple of excessively wealthy white people. They think you need a space exclusively dedicated to taking off your fucking boots. She kicks and grunts and drones. No matter what I do, my boots get so grimy. It's like the winter wants me or something. She says she's trying to make you laugh, but you don't think she's funny. Does anyone? And she's telling you to stop crying, and you're sobbing, and I'm trying to piss quietly in a coffee cup, and Peach is not very good at soothing you, Beck. I would do better. Could do better. And I want to know what's wrong. If you had reached out to me like you wanted to, I would be the one hugging you. Your crying is so loud that I feel safe leaving the closet and going to the door. Read it again, you demand. Peach sighs and reads, Dear friends of Benji, his poor mom, you whimper. Peach continues, It is with great sadness that we inform you that our son Benji is presumed dead. You interrupt, Shouldn't they be looking for him? Peach is annoyed. She reads over you. His precious beetle cat Courage was found wrecked just off Brant Point. As some of you know, Benji has battled addiction for some time. He recently informed friends that he was on Nantucket. That fucking tweet, you say. I know, says Peach. I hate drugs. Thank God for technology because honestly, I'm starting to freak out. I go to the Nantucket Enquirer and Mirror website and sure enough, there's an old picture of sober Benji in a suit alongside a picture of his destroyed boat. There are no witnesses who saw Benji on Nantucket, but his parents confirmed that he withdrew money in New Haven and that this wouldn't be the first time that our son fell prey to his demons. The harbor master confirms the boat missing, and I confirm that I had nothing to do with this. Winter on Nantucket can be violent, apparently, and Benji's mother tells the mirror, "At least he died doing what he loves." I don't know if she's talking about heroin or sailing. I've never felt so lucky in my life. Peach blows her nose, and you're still crying, and she says the two of you should run away to Turks and Caicos, and you laugh, but she's serious. You know I've done it before. Why can't we? We pack a bag, we're gone. Even better, we don't pack a bag. You would love it there, I swear. I have school, you say. And there's a clink as she pours you a drink. Screw school, she says, a failed attempt at being sassy. I hear her zipper and she moans. Oh my god, is there anything better than getting out of sweaty Gore-Tex? Ha, you say, and you are so half-hearted that I want to hug you. I hear more kicking as the gruesome striptease continues and Peach testifies. I swear, it's like my spandex are glued to my legs. I literally have to peel them off because they itch so bad. I'm going to explode. I might throw up. And you are quiet. I hope it's cool that I'm changing right here, says Peach. Sometimes I get so sick of going upstairs to do the littlest things. And, can it be any hotter? You say it's fine, and I hear her pulling the spandex off her bony body. She walks out of the room and returns, and you like what you see because you say, wow. My dad is obsessed with robes, she says, and thank God you were referring to the robes. The Ritz makes the best ones. We have a zillion in every house. Do you want? Where are you going, honey? You want some water? Sorry, I was helping my doggy. You want, and you take, and you opt to change in the bathroom. When you return, she gushes. How good is it in that robe? It's amazing, you say, and you're not one of those girls who call everything amazing. Peach announces that she's making kale smoothies. And she would lock you up in there and throw away the key if she could, and you don't even realize it. Do you? The loud blender is my savior, and like a ninja, I fly down the hall, down the back stairwell, just for servants, that leads to the hallway between the kitchen and the great room. Fortunately, there are saloon-style doors that block the stairway, because who the hell wants to look at a servant, right? I can see it all from here. You girls are in matching giant robes, and you flop onto the couch and put a glass of scotch and the smoothie on the lobster trap coffee table. She nudges your tiny foot with her big one. Don't be sad. I shouldn't be sad, you say. He treated me like shit. She's blind, Daffa. She needs our help getting around the house. Oh, Becca-licious. It's not your fault. Boys can't help it. They're intimidated by girls like us. I don't think he was ever intimidated, you say, and Peach sweeps her feet off the table and plants them on the floor. She rubs her hands together, generating some heat. You, my sweet, need a massage. You laugh, but she's serious. And she moves onto the floor and kneels and rubs your pretty little feet, and you moan. You like it. And you tell her she's good at this, and she smiles. She likes that you like it, and she continues up your legs to your calves, and I can't tell if she pulls your legs apart or if you pull your legs apart. But I know that your legs are apart, and she's working on your lower thighs, and you relax your head back. You exhale. And your arms flop to your sides, and she's getting in there, up there, moving up your thighs. You are moaning. You are. She sits up and somehow gets herself between your legs. She parts your bathrobe and your body is naked under there, and your nipples are popped. And she rubs your hips, and you say no, but she tells you to be quiet, and you are quiet. And she kisses your left breast and holds your other breast firm, hard. You protest, but she quiets you. And you obey. And she's kissing your neck and moving one of her hands down you, and you aren't fighting her, and you aren't doing anything. You're taking it, and she is wrong. You are tipsy. Whatever she gave you hits you harder in the daylight after running. And heartsick for me and shocked over Benji, and she's supposed to be your friend. Just moments ago you were a wreck, sobbing. And what kind of a friend responds to a friend in obvious emotional distress by taking advantage of her and sucking on her earlobe? You have yet to touch her, but your body is open to her, and I don't even think you're in there right now. You're somewhere deep in your head, away, and finally you are back, and your whole body flinches, and your legs snap, and Peach pulls back. You're on your feet, closing your robe. I'm sorry. Forget it, Peach says, and she drinks Old Kale smoothie right out of the pitcher. I'm gonna have a shower. Peach, wait, we should talk. Beck, please, she gripes. Did you ever think this is possibly why guys can't deal with you? I mean, just let it be. We don't have to analyze every stupid thing. She marches off with her kale smoothie, and I can tell you feel responsible, and this is not right. You call out to her, and she responds by raising the volume on the Elton John. I hear a door slam. You cry, and how dare she lay this all on you? You pass into the kitchen. Fortunately, you don't choose the path by the servant entrance. And you return with your phone. I'm shaking. This is it. Here you come. Call me, Beck. Call me. But you dial a number and my phone doesn't vibrate. Chada, I know you're pissed at me, but I need your help. Benji's dead, and Peach is upstairs crying, and I never should have come. And I don't know what to do. Please call me. You go upstairs and pound on the door and beg her to come out and say you're sorry until your voice is raspy. She ignores you and she is vile. She has you trapped and you don't even know it. I push through the saloon-style doors and leave. Chapter 33. It's a shame that this beach is wasted on people like Peach. All these waterfront mansions are empty, even though it's unseasonably, gloriously warm. Knock on wood. The beach couldn't be more pristine, yet none of these fucking second home owners drive to LC to pay their respects. What idiots. I, on the other hand, am a grateful beachcomber. Yesterday, I followed the tracks you and Peach left all the way down to the jetty that reaches into the bay. This is a great place to hide, to wait. There are scattered boulders. Keep off rocks. And there's a weathered wooden walkway that ends in the sand. I dug out a foxhole beneath the walkway, and I think it's warmer here than it was on either of the damn boathouses. Although, it's impossible to compare given how cold it was the night of my accident. In any case, the sun is coming up and it won't be long now. Soon, Peach will be here, alone. Candace would love it here. The last time I saw the sun rise on a beach, I was with her. This is no time to be thinking of Candace, but how can I not? No, Coco. We saw the sun rise on Brighton Beach, and as it got brighter, she tried harder and harder to break up with me. I asked her to walk down to the water with me. She did. She was cruel in that way. A nicer girl would have said no and left me to cry on my own. But she wanted to see me at my worst, so she stuck around. I'm leaving you, she said. Then go, bitch. Go. It wasn't my fault that Candace followed me down to the water's edge, and it wasn't my fault that I picked her up and held her down in the water and watched her pass on to the great beyond. She wanted to be there, or she wouldn't have gone down there with me. She knew she was killing me, and she knew that I was not the type to go down without a fight. I don't blame Peach for being so miserable, the same way I don't blame Candace for wanting to escape her family. What a shame to be so angered by what you don't have, that you treat what you do have like it's nothing. She's not grateful to have an extra home in a place where the biggest danger is Taylor fucking Swift. She's a lot like Candace, who wasn't grateful for her voice, her talent. I have a little time, so I walk a few feet down to the shore. I like the way the water comes and erases my steps. I think of that fucking poem from middle school where the dude walking on the beach isn't alone because Jesus is carrying him on his shoulders, and I smile. For years, I thought it was the other way around. That the guy in the poem was carrying Jesus, you know, the way a Hare Krishna carries his tambourine, the way a Jewish boy carries a Torah at his bar mitzvah. I didn't think of Jesus Christ as being this guy giving piggyback rides to fuck-ups. And I don't even leave one set of footprints, so take that, middle school poem. I admit, I am kinda grumpy. The last food I ate was a Danish. I cross over the walkway built by some family with something against walking in white sand, and return to my foxhole and wait. At last, I see Peach emerge on the patio, a hot red speck in the distance. She stretches and she trots down the walkway, and here we go. With each passing second, I can hear her more clearly, her breathing, her feet pounding, and the Elton John blasting from her phone. She passes me, whoosh, and I leap out of my foxhole like a jack-in-the-box and run after her. She doesn't hear me. She's fearless on this beach. I grab her by the ponytail. Before she can even scream, I ram her into the sand and straddle her back. She struggles, kicking, but her mouth is in the sand, and Elton won't stop singing. Sitting like a princess perched in her electric chair, and I pick up the rock in my pocket. She squirms her head to the side, and her eyes are more beautiful than I realize. And she recognizes me and she spits, "You!" She might be the strongest woman I've ever known, and though her last words are spoken, she's still struggling, gurgling. Her skin flares, Nantucket red, and all the exercise instills her with a superhuman strength, a lung capacity that boggles my mind. I don't blame her for fighting. Because she was raised by bigoted, hateful monsters, she never celebrated her life, and I think this is why she musters the strength, those legs still quiver, to maximize her last moments on Earth. Her fingertips reach for my arm. It's too late, Peach. Her eyeballs sail north towards the top of her head, and we can all learn something from an untimely, tragic death. What a danger, blaming other people for your problems. What a waste of a life. Had she disowned her cunty family and moved to one of her sunny foreign havens and been a bartender or a Pilates instructor, anything, doesn't matter. She could have settled down with a nice, like-minded girl and paid respects for all her blessings, health, brains, muscles, by being true to herself. Nonetheless, fuck her parents. Don't make a baby if you're not capable of unconditional love. She's fading, and Elton is louder than the waves, and I don't hear you anymore. We've all gone crazy lately. My friend's out there rolling around the basement floor, and I owe her a little help. I hit her head with the rock, and she is quiet at last. I flip her over, and I'm shaking. She's gone. At peace. But what about me? Elton sings, "You almost had your hooks in me, didn't you, dear? You nearly had me roped and tied. And I feel roped and tied out here, alone with dead, heavy Peach." Elton seems louder. Or is that just because Peach is quieter? I try to focus on moving her, but then I hear a slipped noose in my darkest dreams and I pause. I panic. What if you decide to go for a run? What if Officer Nico runs on this beach? I have to move fast. I load her pockets with rocks just in case she doesn't disappear. I have to collect more rocks. Because this jacket has a lot of pockets, and Elton would have walked head on in the deep end of the river. I need to calm down. I close my eyes and see Candace's open eyes in the mucky dreck of Brighton Beach. And I open my eyes and I take Peach's phone out of the contraption band on her arm. It's my phone now, and I cut off Elton as he swears they're coming in the morning with a truck to take me home. No, they're not, and I lift her body. Peach is so clothed, and Candace was nearly naked, only wearing a little black dress over a bikini. It was summer. Drunk girls drown. It happens. Her family accepts that she is never coming home. And I walk toward the water. It is winter. Sad girls walk into the water to die. It happens. I do not keep off rocks anymore, and I carry Peach Salinger onto the jetty. The rocks are smooth and dry, and I'm steady. Peach is heavy because of the rocks in her pockets. Because of the weight of her misery. I count to 3, and then I drop her into the ocean. The waves welcome her the way the water at Brighton Beach embraced Candace. I start an email from Peach to you. It's so easy to know what to say. Beck, I need to go away. Lately, when I run, it's like Virginia Woolf is running with me. She said, I thought how unpleasant it is to be locked out, and I thought how it is worse, perhaps, to be locked in. She was right. It's worse to be locked in waiting for someone who isn't coming. Much worse. Enjoy the cottage. I love you, Beckalicious. Bye. Peach is. My body is slick with sweat, and my muscles ache from the exertion, and I crack a smile because I understand what Peach was talking about earlier. I'd love to peel off my clothes right now. They do itch. I check on you once before leaving. It's less than an hour since I sent you the email from Peach, and you appear to be handling it all with aplomb. You're blasting your Bowie and trying on Peach's clothes in the great room while you dance and call Lynn and Shayna and your mother and pig out. You're happy, Beck. You tell Lynn what you told your mother and what you told Shayna. This isn't my fault. Peach ran away every other month in college. Hell, who wouldn't with that kind of money? Also, I think it's for the best. She seemed almost happy that Benji was dead. And yes, I know how sick that sounds. Forget Benji, Lynn says. It's sad, but being dead doesn't make him into a good guy. Have you talked to Joe? Go, Lynn. No, you say, but I want to. That is all I need. I leave. I walk up the deserted street into town. Nico's guys at the body shop are super friendly. There's not a lot of going on, no shit, and they love the summer weather surprise, so my brown beast is all ready to get to go. The repairs cost $400, and I'm glad I came prepared. New England is not a lucky place for me, Beck, so I took an advance on my salary before I headed out. The roads are clear, and Peach's phone has a lot of good music. Maybe my luck in New England is changing. I'm almost home and I remember the mug of my DNA in the cottage. I hit the brakes. Hard. But I don't have to worry. People with second homes get off on giving out keys to maids, carpenters, and interior designers. I'm not going to worry about a mug of dried up piss. Not after all the good I just did. Besides, this is about you, and your Twitter confirms that you're already on your way back to Bank Street. I know it will take time for you to open slowly, petal by petal, as spring opens, but you will open. Peach can't drag you down anymore. You're free. She was never going to loosen her grip on you, and you're going to be a whole new person without that pressure. She can rest now. You can relax. And when that first whiff of spring hits the air, you will pass a bookstore or a horse-drawn carriage and find yourself blushing, ripe with want. And you'll reach out to me, Joe. give me a few minutes, guys. If I don't feed the dog, she's gonna go nuts. So I'm gonna go feed her really quickly and I'll be back in a jiffy. She's already going nuts. So 5 minutes, I promise. My voice could use the rest. Hey, Idol, welcome in. Okay. I only have 45 minutes left before I have to end the stream anyway, so I'm just gonna keep going. If my voice holds out, it holds out. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna power through. Chapter 34. My phone is not broken. I've called it from the shop several times a day for the past few days. You're not off the grid. You're here in New York, living, writing, and tweeting. Is there anything more romantic than new snow at night? Hashtag stillness. Hashtag love. Yes, I am, Dafa. There is no logical or technological or romantic reason for the fact that you have not called me or emailed me since returning from LC. It's been 23 minutes and 13 days since Peach left the picture. The wound on my face is stubborn, but there is progress. And I'm less of a monster every day. I'm sorry, one sec. I'm just helping the dog real quick. Sorry about that. My dog is sickly, special needs. So I AFK often to help her with whatever because she's completely blind. So she literally needs assistance with everything. All right. The wound on my face is stubborn, but there is progress, and I'm less of a monster every day. And that's just another reminder that precious time is passing. I can't figure you out, Beck. You're not emailing with any new guys, and you're not emailing your friends about anything romantic, but you're writing about guys. The last story you wrote was about a girl, you, duh, they're always you, who goes to the doctor and learns that she has a penis stuck inside of her. She calls every guy she's ever been with to see if he's still got his penis. The list of dudes is gross long. An exaggeration. It has to be. And they all still have dicks. Finally, she admits there's one dude she didn't call because he's married with children. She doesn't want to give him his dick. She wants him to leave his wife and come and get it. As Blythe said in her email critique, there's no real ending, no climax, no point. I'm not presuming that this is based on something real in your life. But if so, maybe think of putting the story in a drawer and revisiting it once you've got some distance from your emotions. Ugh. Coco, I need what? What? What do you need? Where are you going? You have to pee-pee? Go left. No? Sorry, she almost fell off the bed. She was jumping to go to the bathroom on the pad. Okay, I'm back. I'm pretty sure she's done now. Hopefully. And naturally, I am concerned. You've been seeing this Dr. Nikki twice a week since you got back. And then you write this thinly veiled story about fucking a married guy. Of course, I called to schedule an appointment with him. How else can I make sure that he's not taking advantage of you? And it's not like I'm the only one concerned. Chaina. You just went to therapy. What the fuck? How do you even afford this? You. New priorities. No boozing, no shopping, just writing, journaling, growing. Chaina. Okay, back. But remember Dr. Nikki is Dr. Nikki. But today is a good day because the elevator has just hit the 12th floor and I step into the hallway and find the door to the waiting room open as Dr. Nikki said it would be. I'm a little early for my appointment, which is good because I have time to review my new identity. My name? Dan Fox, son of Paula Fox and Dan Brown. Occupation? Coffee shop manager. Disorder? OCD. I know a shit ton about OCD from reading. I feel good already, and I like this waiting room. The baby blue walls and this baby blue sofa. And the building happens to be my favorite neighborhood, the Upper West Side. Elliot saw a shrink in Hannah, and who knows? Maybe there's something going on between you and Dr. Nikki. Maybe he's just really good at what he does. It's possible in just 2 weeks you figured out a lot about yourself. I know because Nikki gives you homework. You have to write a letter to yourself every day. And you do. Dear Beck, you only know how to push or pull when it comes to guys. Admit it. Own it. Fix it. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, you're reeling men, and you lose interest when you have them. You don't wear a bra so that guys will look at your nipples. Wear a bra. Nikki sees what you're doing. This is good. Be seen. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, intimacy terrifies you. Why are you so afraid? You can only get off when you're role-playing. Why can't you be yourself? Nikki knows you and accepts you. So will others. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, you think you can't have love until you've outgrown your daddy issues. But maybe you won't outgrow your daddy issues until you let yourself fall in love. Nikki is right. You grow through love. You don't postpone love until you stop growing. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, it's not your fault you were born on an island. Of course you identify as an island. But, dear girl, you're not an island. Be populated. Be welcoming of love. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, it's okay to resent your mom. She does envy you. Love, Beck. Dear Beck, don't be your own worst enemy and chase after guys who don't want you. Be your own best friend and learn how to love guys that do want you. And remember, nobody is perfect. Love, Beck. These emails have really helped me get through this dry spell. Now I know that you didn't bail on me because of the sex. You bailed on me because you have problems. So maybe in a month or so, when I'm knee-deep in therapy, and I've written letters to myself, maybe I'll be in bed with you on a late Sunday morning. Maybe by then I'll understand myself better, and we'll share our therapy letters in bed. The door to the office swings open, and the air smells of cucumbers, and Dr. Nikki is not what I expected. Dan Fox, he says. I manage to say hello and shake his hand. I follow him into the brutally beige office and sit down on the couch, but holy shit, Beck. Dr. Nikki Angevine is young. I assumed he'd be in his 50s, but he's for sure in his early 40s. The walls are covered with framed classic rock albums, the Rolling Stones and Bread, Led Zeppelin and Van Morrison. He futzes around with his computer and apologizes for needing another minute, and I say it's okay. He's wearing Vans, clinging to his youth. He's a picture of restraint with his thick, wavy hair, gelled into submission, and encroaching blue eyes that look chock full of tears. I can't tell if he's Jewish or Italian, and he finishes up his computer and sits in the leather chair. He picks up a glass pitcher of water. There are cucumbers in the water, thus the smell. Can I offer you a drink? He says, and once again, this is not what I expected. Sure, I say, and I take the water, and holy shit, Beck. This shit is heaven. I should let you know right off the bat, he says. I keep a notebook, but I don't take a lot of notes. I prefer to keep everything up here. He points to his head and grins, and he could be a serial killer or the nicest guy in the world, but there's no middle ground for this dude. No wonder he went into psychology. He had to find some way to stop himself from acting on twisted, perverse thoughts of his own. When he smiles, his chemically whitened teeth pop out, entirely out of place on his drawn, sad face. Well, damn Fox, he says. Let's figure out what the fuck is wrong with you, shall we? I have to say, he's really easy to talk to. I expected a doctor's office, but this is like hanging out in a middle-aged dude's college dorm room. And if we were in college, he'd leave and go to class, and then I could hack into his computer and dig up all the files about you. But that's not happening. We're adults, and he has a job to do. He wants to know who beat me up, and I tell him about the accident on my way to a ski trip, the LC crash, and I tell him about getting mugged after closing up the coffee shop, Curtis and his homeboys. And then he starts to get a little more personal and asks, "Do you have a girlfriend, Dan?" "Yeah, I could easily have one, so it's fine." I tell him I'm not here because of my girlfriend. She's terrific. I tell him I want help with my OCD. "What's your obsession?" he asks. I know all about mirroring, Beck. One of the best ways to get someone to trust you is focus on what you have in common. It's actually kind of funny, I say. All the albums you got here, I don't know how or why, but I've become psychotically obsessed with this random video by the Honey Drippers. I love the Honey Drippers, he says. Tell me it's not see a love. You know it, I say, and he's my new best friend. And I'm good at this, I think. I tell him I can't stop watching the video, you, and thinking about the video, you, and wishing I could go live inside of the video, you. I tell him I've lost interest in everything because of this video, you, and I need to get some control. Is your lady friend losing patience with ya? No, I say, because if I had a lady friend, she would be too happy to be with me to be lose patience. I'm the one losing patience, Doc. Doctor nothing, kid. And he shakes his head no. I'm not a doctor. I just have a master's. I want to ask him why you call him Dr. Nicky if he's not an actual doctor, but I can't do that, and he says it's only fair that he tell me a bit about his own life. What you see is what you get, Danny. I'm a 45-year-old pothead / failed bass player with a master in psych, he tells me. I love rock and roll, and I go into this field originally because I'm a natural bullshit artist. But then I realized I actually like helping people, so here we are today. That's cool, Nicky. And the first time I say his name, it sounds funny coming out of my mouth. A new word in my vocabulary. Nicky. I tell him it sounds good, and we talk about growing up. He's from Queens, and I'm from Bed-Stuy. It turns out therapy is just talking, and maybe you really are just trying to grow. Maybe someday I'll even be a shrink. I could do this. I could frame my favorite books on a wall in a beige room and talk to people like me, like you. Nicky says it's time to wrap things up and make a plan. Is it lame that I'm excited for homework? Danny, we're going to do a lot of work in here. For starters, you're going to learn that you live in a house. I have never lived in a house, only apartments, but I nod. And there's a mouse in your house, he says, the video. And the good news is that it's just a mouse. And now you're a mouse, Beck. It's not strong like you, Danny. He's very serious now. That mouse is tiny. You got arms, hands. You have dexterity. You only have a pussy, and I agree with him. You can reach the doorknob, Dan. You can lay down traps. Traps. You know, Danny, life's a bitch, and sometimes it gets dark in your house. He points to his head, and I nod. It does get pretty dark in here. And that's when the mice come. You came into my store and started this thing. Us. Sometimes it gets so dark that all you can do is listen to that fucking mouse scramble around and eat your food and shit on your floor, and it's so dark that you can't see the doorknob. He goes on. You forget there is a doorknob, and what we do in here is we turn on the lights, Danny. Right. We set the traps, Danny. Right, I say, louder than before. And we open the door and we get the broom and we shoo that mouse out of there, he says, and he punches the air. And sometimes we don't even need to do that because sometimes we kill that mouse. Not this time. And it doesn't happen in a heartbeat. I'm not gonna lie, Danny, but it's doable. You ever work in construction? I ask. Most guys in our neighborhood did at some point, and I like the idea of Nicky and I having stuff in common, being equals. Couple of summers back in the day, he answers, and I was right. You? Couple of summers back in the day, I say, too eager. What a loser. And a copycat. But Nicky smiles, and I think of the past few weeks and nights that I spent on the floor against the wall with your panties in my hands, staring at the hole in the wall that I made because of you and covered because of you. Yeah, doctor. He shakes his head and I laugh. I mean, Nicky, I need to find the doorknob. You're gonna find it. And if the house mouse concept doesn't work for you, you can also think of the video as a zit. You can pop it and it's gone. Forever. No scars. If you take care of your skin. You are not a zit. You are a mouse. And I speak. I thought you weren't supposed to pop zits. That's bullshit. He says and he looks at the clock. So, Do you like Thursdays? Afterward, when I walk down the street, I feel like a changed person, Beck. 15 minutes with Nikki, and it's like I have a new set of eyes. The world looks different to me, like I put on 3D glasses, or smoked a joint, or fucked the shit out of you. I feel high but straight, and I head for the park where I watch the Sea of Love video for the first time in a long time. The girl in the video is kind of cute with the bowy blonde hair, and therapy is working out already. I mean, watching this offbeat, trippy video makes me happy, and I haven't been happy in a while. And the best part is that I'm not afraid anymore. You're not sleeping with Nikki. You're just experiencing transference. I know about it from the Prince of Tides. It happens. Nikki has a master's, and Nikki's the man, and he'd never break the doctor-patient dynamic. It applies, even though he's not a real doctor. I walk to the subway and then walk down the stairs. I like life, Beck. I feel all this new patience. I can't wait for you to call me. I'm strong enough to give you time. I forgot to check your email, and your phone is heavier than it was this morning. I write to myself, even though he didn't tell me to. Dear Joe, you have a mouse in your house, and when she's ready, you will kiss her, and she will turn into the girl of your dreams. Be patient. Be open. Best, Dan Fox. I haven't felt this close to you in 2 weeks. I love therapy. I do. Chapter 35. At my next session, I told Nikki about how I feel high when I leave his beige office. He said my reaction is common. I'm normal. And it's all about a new perspective. I have a place upstate, he said. I get out there in the woods every couple of weeks, not because of the fresh air, but because of the fresh perspective. In my third session, we talk all about the video, you, and Nikki tells me about what he calls the cat strategy. I used to have this neighbor who rented a cat out. You know why? To help depressed people, I ask. Wrong. If anyone in the neighborhood had a mouse problem, Mrs. Robinson would lend her cat for a day or two, he says. And Danny, the thing about mice, they so much as smell a cat, they're out of here. So if I started watching something else, I stop watching the video. He nods. We don't talk. Sometimes that happens in here, an abrupt silence. Nikki says it's normal. You have to process things. I process the idea of a life without you. I date other girls, unimaginable, and go on walks, and maybe I'd find people to play basketball with or sit in a dark bar watching the news and fall asleep in my bed without your phone in my hand and wake up without our phone pressing into my flesh. My hands hurt from obsessively checking your email. Maybe it would be nice to have fingers that don't sting. I don't know what it would be like to be here without you inside of me, Beck. I do know that you are a lot to handle. I am tired. Nikki can sense when I'm done processing. He readjusts in his chair. Give it a shot this week, he says. Journal on it and let me know how it goes. I like having homework, and I leave his office and find that the world is full of women. So maybe I do want to find out about life without you. I'd almost forgotten about girls. They're everywhere, Beck. On the subway platform, there are college girls in tight jeans with their heads buried in Kindles, and round old chicks hanging on to reusable bags of vegetables, and middle-aged housewives heaving with raggedy bags from Macy's and Forever 21. And there's a hot blonde chick who's so little. She makes you seem like a jolly green giant, and she's in scrubs, and she looks freshly scrubbed, and I'm totally fucking staring and she smiles. Game on. Do I know you? She says, and she has a little bit of an accent. Long Island City, I think. No, I say, and she walks toward me. Not away from me. And she smells like ham sandwiches and rubbing alcohol. I like her tits. You don't know me at all? Sorry. No. Then why the fuck are you staring at me? I don't know, I say, and I wonder what Nikki would say. I guess I must just like staring at you. The train screeches to a stop, and her electric green, beady little eyes home in on me, and random women go into the subway as random women get off, and the two of us lock eyes like animals in heat. She has thin eyebrows and long painted fingernails, nothing like yours, which is good. I could never love this girl, but I sure can practice on her. She starts. Who kicked your ass? I had an accident. You had an accident, she sneers. That's a good one. I got jumped. So you just fucking lie about it before you even know my name? I guess I just felt like lying. And I am good at this, and Nikki would be impressed. Well, what if I don't go out with liars? Then it sucks to be you. What the fuck is happening right now? You know, who cares, I say, and I am on like Donkey Kong. If this conversation were happening in a dark bar and we were both shit-faced, it would be perfectly normal. Her name is Karen Minty, and she bites her glossy lip and gets in my face. And if your grandmother had balls, she'd be your grandfather. Karen Minty decides right there that she's going to have sex with me, and I know it. She's so much easier to read than you are, and I couldn't ask for a better cat. And it starts with an obligatory drink at some fuck-face bar packed with NYU kids who drink American beers out of buckets. You'd hate it here, but she loves this place. This bar was her choice, so now it's my choice, and I take her to a hole in Houston that I know will impress her. I was right. She is from Long Island City. And she is impressed by Botanica Bar, and she drinks Greyhounds and says shit you would never say, like, do you know what I know about this drink? Leonardo DiCaprio drinks these. It's true. Do you know why food in hospitals suck my ass? Because they don't want you to die. It's true, Joey. It's true. It's fucking cheaper, and not as many people have to work doubles if you got more empty beds. Do you know that I had this feeling like I was gonna meet someone tonight? I shouldn't be fucking saying this. Fucking Greyhounds. But Joe, I had this fucking feeling, and then you were staring at me. She burps. That needs to come off, Joe. My shirt? That bandage on your hand. I forgot it was there. Look what you did to me. It started when I burnt my hand in the candle. Then the healing was interrupted because I picked at the scab because of what you did to me. Then Curtis beat me up while I was rushing to get ready to see you. And then, of course, I crashed my car while I was looking for you. I see a pattern here, and Nikki says life is all about patterns. And now Karen Minty grabs my hand like it belongs to her. Karen Minty is fucking strong. And she whispers in my ear, save your energy, Joey. You're gonna need it. She yanks the bandage off my hand, and before I can wince, she kisses me. As it turns out, Karen Minty's lips are strong too. My hand doesn't hurt anymore. By the time we get on the train, I don't think either of us knows which way the train is going. It's a miracle that the train is empty. Not even the random bum or gangster or hoe. It's a miracle that Karen Minty licks the place on my face where Curtis fucked me up and her tongue is sharper than yours, and I fucking tear off her scrubs. She is wearing a thong. And she grabs at me, and we go at it on the fucking subway at 4 in the morning. And when Karen Minty comes, she screams, yeah, Joe, yeah, I'm yours. Come, now, now. As she drags her claws into my back and her eyes roll around in her head, and when she finishes, her legs are still wrapped around me, vibrating. I hold on to her tight, wishing she were you. She sticks that pointy tongue down my throat, and she takes it back as she looks at me. I love you, she says, and what have I done? And she bursts out laughing and hops off me and wraps herself in my coat. Your face, Joey. Oh my god. You should see your fucking face right now. I'm just fucking with you. I know, I say, and I will not worry. Most girls go fucking insane for a few minutes after they fuck. That's just the way it is. She is defensive. Obviously, I don't even know you. I know, I say, and she curls into me, not away from me, and I look at us in the window. We come and go as the lights flicker in the tunnel, and I will sleep tonight for the first time in a long time, and Karen Minty will make me an egg sandwich and give me a blowjob in the morning. I can just tell. Something about those greyhounds, something about that mouth. She does love me. I'm the best patient ever, because already I have found a stray cat. The next day, I get to the shop and I'm hungover as all fuck and full of an egg sandwich that was a bad idea. Karen Minty meant well, but Karen Minty was probably still too drunk to cook. I told her it was a nice time. She told me she'd come by the shop. I didn't encourage her, Beck. And now I have Ethan up my ass. He's early, again, and he wants to know if I'm sick. Do you have a cold, Joe, or did you just have too much sauce? Only Ethan calls it sauce. And I unlock the door, and if I were a therapist like Nikki, I wouldn't have to deal with Ethan. I send him to Fiction to find staff picks, and I turn on the music. Karma is a bitch. The first song that comes on is You Are Too Beautiful from Hannah and her sisters. I slam it off. Suddenly it hits me. I cheated on you. I cheated on us. My head pounds. The doorbell chimes and every noise hurts, especially the one that comes now. The girl I just banged, Karen fucking Minty. I want to slit my wrists. But at the same time, I'm dying for coffee and she's holding 2 hot cups. Starbucks. Surprising. And she shrugs. I didn't know how you guys take them, so I just got fucking everything. She plants a heavy paper bag on the counter. Ethan comes bounding to the front of the shop, and she is scary friendly to him right off the bat. You must be Ethan, right? Joe told me all about you. How drunk was I last night? Ethan can't contain his joy at the idea of me telling some chick about him, and he practically drools all over Carrie Minty. She wastes no time making herself at home, and she looks at me. So how do you take your coffee, Joe? I tell her I'm fine, and she rolls her eyes and winks at me and calls, Hey, Ethan. He trips over himself running back. Only Ethan. And he tells her that I'm black, 2 sugars, and he's cream and stevia, or Truvia, or Splenda. And if they don't have any of the real sugar in brown packets, but never equal. All the while, Karen is looking deep into my eyes, and she thinks she's going to bring me coffee for the rest of her life. I love you, not her. And oh fuck, she's one of those girls. She smiles at me hard and winks. Thanks, Ethan. There's no way around it. I didn't just pet this cat. I adopted it. Chapter 36. Being with Karen is shockingly effective, at least in the sense that you're farther away from me. I try to see the good in it. I get to practice being a boyfriend, and that's good for us. But I do feel bad when I'm caressing her ass in bed, and folding her thongs at the laundromat, and sending her mother a handwritten thank you note after Sunday dinner. It's wrong of me to betray you. But know this, Beck. Every day I find a way to visit the pictures of you in my phone. I'm faithful. 7 weeks into life with Karen Minty, and 11 weeks into therapy, and Nikki thinks I'm making good progress. I'm not as depressed anymore. I read your email, and I know you're still doing your thing. No booze, no shopping. And now that I'm seeing Dr. Nikki, I totally get why he makes you want to focus. You look so much happier than you were the day you started in here, Danny. Thanks, I say. I feel happier. And things are good with Karen. Things are great with Karen, I say, and they are, technically. Nikki laughed when I first told him about her. He said a girl is a much more effective cat than another YouTube video. He's right. I know that look, Danny, he grins. After I met my wife, I don't think I stopped smiling for 2 years. I blurt, Oh, we're not gonna get married, Nikki. He gets that know-it-all look, and I go further. I just mean, she's not it for me. He pushes. Now you don't look so happy. Are you afraid to get married? Not at all. And it's true, I'd marry you in a heartbeat. So what's wrong with Karen, Danny? She's not you. She's just nothing. She's nothing, he says, and he raises his eyebrows. Ouch. I groan. I meant that nothing is wrong with her. Regardless, he says, and that's how I know our time is up. I got some homework for you. I want to list the 10 things you like about Karen. The cat helps the mouse stay away. And remember, thinking about the cat is better than thinking about the mouse. Okay, Doc, I say, and the doc thing is our running joke, you know, because he's not a doctor. I try to do my homework on the ride home, but I just keep thinking about you. I'm still trying a few days later as I sit on the couch watching Karen Minty's favorite show, The King of Queens. She laughs at a joke that wouldn't make you smile, and I love you because you don't laugh easily. She picks her thong out of her ass. And I love you for your healthy cotton panties. She moans, I fucking love Kevin James. He's good, I lie. I love you because you don't love Kevin James, and if you laughed at one of his jokes, you still wouldn't love him. A Burger King commercial comes on. Karen Minty fucking loves commercials, and she flips the bird at the TV. Bite me, BK. BK fries suck, right, Joe? I play along and laugh, but I love you because we could be married 100 years and you'd never ask me what I think about BK fries because you'd never see BK. And if you were talking about French fries, there would be more to it than fries. They would have significance. There would be a story there. You are an onion, and Karen's a maraschino cherry, and I love you because onions are more complicated than cherries. I'm doomed. I almost forgot that Karen Minty's head is on my lap and she peers up at me. Babe, you alright? Yeah, and I rub my hand through her hair the way she likes. I'm just thinking about my homework. Karen doesn't approve. I swear, Joe, I think that shit's a waste of money. I know you do. At the hospital, all the fuck-ups are shrinks, every one of them. They're fucking cheaters and liars, and they're crazier than their patients. Nikki's not like that, I say. She huffs. Like fuck, he's not. They're cheaters and liars, Joe. Cheaters and liars. You never repeat yourself because you're creative, and Karen is not, and she pinches my nipple. Joe, look at me. I look at her. Watch it, miss. What do you talk about in there anyway? I mean, you're perfect, Joey. Nobody's perfect. I sound like a teacher, and I get a little OCD. Yeah, Carrie Minty laughs. You are OCD. On my pussy. You would never say anything so crass. And I pet Karen Minty and watch Kevin James, and I miss you so much, I feel sick. Suddenly, I have to go. I stand up. Whoa, where's the fire? She hugs my seat cushion. She's too needy. I'm going to the store, I say, and I grab my keys. You want company? She's not mysterious. No, I say, and I grab my coat. You need cash? She sits up. She's pathetic. No, I say. Stay put. I'll be back in a bit. I run down the stairs and I stop. I could do anything to Karen Minty and she'd stay. She has her claws in me, Beck. Her mother is knitting me a sweater and her father wants to take me out on his boat one of these Sundays. I sit down on the stoop. Maybe now that I'm away from Karen Minty, I can make a list of things that I like about her. Number 1. Karen Minty grew up with 3 brothers, so she's mellow. And it's true, she is mellow. FedEx fucks up the new Nora Roberts, and I can put Karen on a subway and send her uptown, and she'll haul ass up there and drag a box of books back on the subway, up the stairs, and to the shop. And if I ask her to, Karen will unload the books, price them, and stack them. She doesn't complain, Beck. She wants to be asked, like a little brat trying to do good on Christmas Eve in case Santa's watching. I could even ask her to get out the Swiffer and clean up the dust she noticed while she was stacking. Number 2. Karen Minty likes to clean. I grew up in a fucking pigsty, she likes to say. Only way shit is clean is if I clean it, and I like shit clean, so there you go. Number 3. Karen Minty likes to cook, and she's good at it. I haven't eaten like this in I don't know how long. Real family food. A lasagna that will taste good even 5 days later cold. And the runner's body I had going when I was tracking Peach Salinger, who would be absolutely horrified by Karen, well, I still have it for the most part because Karen likes to cook, eat, clean, and fuck. And she intends to do all these things with me forever. I found a little plastic file box of recipes that belonged to her mother. I texted her about the recipes and she wrote back, I'm cooking a hell of a lot more in your kitchen than I'm in mine. Anything I want, anytime, I can ask her for it and she can make it because her mother knows how to make everything. I brought leftover lasagna for Ethan and he thinks her mother should do a cookbook. She is that good. Number 4. Karen Minty is a good fuck. The way that you like to talk shit about Blythe, the way that you like to tease, your nipples popping in the shop on day 1. Well, Karen Minty just likes to ride dick. All dick. You can tell she's been fucked a lot, and it doesn't bother me. I'm the best she's ever had. Her words, not mine. Number 5. Karen Minty knows Ethan is good people. We went out with Blythe and Ethan once. It was bad. Blythe balked at Karen's greyhounds and told her that Leonardo DiCaprio drinks a lot of beverages, Karen. Are you that naive? Ouch. The next day, Ethan showed up at the shop apologizing. Blythe doesn't have a lot of girlfriends. I hope Karen isn't hurt. And Karen popped in while he was there. Karen told Ethan that Blythe is super smart and wicked pretty. When Ethan went to go take a shit, Karen told me that she thought Blythe was a cunt. Ethan should be with a nice girl, she said. But nice guys always get with bitches. They don't break up if you call him out on it. Give him time. He'll dump her eventually. Karen Minty truly is a nurse. A couple of days ago, he asked me in complete seriousness if I planned to propose to Karen. Ethan, it's been 2 months. He shrugged and told me for the 50th time how he proposed to his ex Shelley after 6 weeks. I told him straight. And look how that turned out. When you know, you know. Well, I don't know, Ethan. Well, you better start thinking about knowing, he said. And for once, he had a 5 o'clock shadow. Another miracle. Because she definitely knows. Number 6. It's no use. Maybe Dan Fox loves Karen Minty, but I don't love Karen Minty. I love you. I love your depth and your letters to yourself, and I'm wrong to be leading her on. And honestly, she comes on too strong. Otherwise, why would Ethan and Nikki be talking about marriage when we've been going out less than 2 months? And here she comes, bounding down the apartment's building stairs after me. Boo! She screams, and I flinch even though I knew she was coming. Oh my god, you scared so freaking easily, she laughs. She sits down next to me and leans her head on my shoulder, and she sighs. I don't scare at all. When I was a kid, my brothers tried to fuck with me so much that I don't know. I think I just lost on my feel or something. It's a nice night. There are kids playing outside. It'll be spring before you know it. Karen Minty yawns. What a night, right? Yeah, I say. She hears a timer on the oven and she pulls me close and plants one of her hard, bossy kisses on me. You want enchiladas? Do I ever not want enchiladas? I say, and I get another kiss. Well, come on, she says. First enchiladas, then you promised you help me with my flashcards. I pocket my store keys and follow her back up the stairs to my place. Number 7. Karen Minty has a great ass. Number 8. Karen Minty makes great enchiladas. Number 9. Karen Minty mixes sexual favor cards in with her nursing school flashcards so that randomly I'll flash her a card that says, take my top off. Number 10. Karen Minty likes to fuck. After we fuck, I look at my list and realize that I left off number 6. Number 6. Karen Minty knows what she wants. She wants to be a phlebotomist. She doesn't complain about her homework because she knows what she wants. She wants to draw blood from people. She wants to be a phlebotomist. I'm a great fucking stick, and when you're laid up in a bed for 8 days with fuck veins and UIV jams because some dumb tramp messed up your meds, the most important thing in the world to you is a great stick. Not a great doctor, a great stick. And I want to be the stick around the fucking world. Do you see that, Beck? It's not like she wants to tweet about being a nurse. Fucking Twitter my ass, I prefer life. She said that just the other day. There's a simplicity to it all that is really good for me. And I know it because my cheeks are flushed, my belly is full, my dick is the stick heard round the fucking world. Just ask Karen. And I wake up and I want to get out of bed and do my life. But I also wake up thinking about you. I finish reading my list to Dr. Nikki. At first, he doesn't say anything. I am impatient. What's up, Doc? You tell me, Danny. I did my homework. Now it's your turn. Dr. Nikki just stares at me, and I just stare at Dr. Nikki. Does he do this to you? Okay, Danny, I'm gonna ask you something. He leans in. Does Carrie know that you're not in love with her? I can't lie to him about Karen. He can't help me unless I tell the truth. No, I say. She doesn't know. Lies don't pave the way to joy, he says. And sometimes he reminds me of a rabbi, and I can't believe I used to think that you had sex with him. And if there's anything I've learned in almost 50 years on this planet, is this. If you don't start with crazy, crazy love, the kind of love that Van Morrison sings about, then you don't have a shot to go the distance. Love is a marathon, Deannie, not a sprint. I blurt, what about you? Do you love your wife? No, he says super quick, but I did. On the way home from therapy, I'm depressed and I check your email. You RSVP'd yes to a birthday party at an upscale bowling alley for assholes. I know that you won't go. You never go anywhere anymore. You only go to Dr. Nikki's because he's Dr. Nikki. But I know that Karen Minty will go with me to the bowling alley and sit there until I say it's time to go home. She sits with me at the hipster bar near the lanes, and we don't belong. We're the only people who are not a part of the party. They're all around us, talking about Lena Dunham's wardrobe. Who is Lena Dunham? Karen Minty wants to know. And they talk about alpha male's vintage suspenders. Karen Minty chews on a straw and shrugs. And they talk about campus dance at Brown. Karen Minty plays a game with Jules on her phone. You don't show up at the party, and Karen Minty is in love with me, and I don't love her back. I can't. It's been so long since I've seen you, and life would be easier if I could turn into a fan of the King of Queens. But I can't, Beck. And you, of all people, would understand. It's like the letter you wrote to yourself today. Dear Beck, Louisa May Alcott is right. An extraordinary girl can't have an ordinary life. Don't judge yourself. Love yourself. Love, Beck. Alright, folks, I'm tapped out. I'm going to stop here. All things considered, almost 6 hours of reading. That is a record for me. I am surprised that I don't sound like a husky, raspy frog. But those of you that were here the whole time, I appreciate it. And those of you that even just popped in recently, I still appreciate it. And if you missed any of it, the VOD will be automatically uploaded immediately on Twitch and on YouTube. If for some reason you haven't listened to and want to listen to the first two parts, they are also both up on Twitch and on YouTube. So enjoy. And thank you for being here. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Wednesday and a lovely rest of your week. I hope I'll see y'all again sooner than later. And bye for now.
This is where Rule 34 applies. Rule 34 is there is porn of it, no exceptions. This applies to kink as well. You would not believe the type of kinks that are out there. You would not believe the type of fetishes that people have. Anything can be a fetish.
And welcome in. Don, I swear you're so funny. Funny how? Like a clown? Like I'm here to amuse you? I'm just talking here. There's nothing funny about it. I'm the most non-funny guy ever.
Yes, I'm the boss around here, but I like to think of myself more as a buddy.
Oh, Allie, I kind of automated shout-outs for Raiders now, but clearly it's not working.
I can tell you're
The F's
all
that
great
about?
candidates. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of you. and
Frosty
only one
Tools, you
job.
already failing me?
It's incredibly stressful.
Yeah, I figured give the mods more time to chat with everybody, less time.
Revolutionary new hiring process.
Worry about
I'm going to
shout-outs.
interview you all at once and force you to judge each other.
Trying to automate it here, trying to put some technology to work.
Deborah,
But
clear
apparently
my
it just
calendar.
failed.
It's time to get to know our candidates. My first rule of management, I only hire my dearest, closest friends. So let's get
There
to
you
know
go,
each other.
caregiver by day, variety streamer by night. I had the pleasure of meeting Ann through the stream team run by Stay Alive 7 Survivor Squad.
Use at least 5 words, okay?
Game Hunter has arrived.
To be able to engage
You guys
in
paying
a little
attention?
small talk.
This is your